semuanya, selamat datang di Universitas Azhar Indonesia. Perkenalkan, nama saya Juan Turpin, mahasiswa Universitas Azhar Indonesia.
Dan saya Yudinia Maharani, mahasiswa Universitas Azhar Indonesia.
Pada kesempatan kali ini, kami akan mengajak kalian untuk berkeliling di Universitas Azhar Indonesia.
Di sini, kalian bakal dapat banyak banget ilmu pengetahuan dan juga relasi yang sangat luas.
Dengan berbagai program studi yang unggul, pengajar-pengajar yang profesional, hingga fasilitas yang mumpuni, kalian bisa mewujudkan mimpi-mimpi kalian di sini.
Mulai dari konten kreator media, peneliti di lembaga ternama, hingga menjadi seorang entrepreneur muda.
Kak, bisa lihat langsung semuanya nggak sih?
Bisa dong.
Yuk berangkat. Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Waalaikumsalam. Apa kabar?
Alhamdulillah baik, Prof.
Pada kemana nih?
Mau ngajak calon mahasiswa untuk berkeliling di UAI, Prof.
Oh, ini calon mahasiswa baru nih.
Betul, Prof.
Tolong dianterin.
Pasti, Prof.
Nanti kalau mau pendaftaran di situ ya.
Oke, siap, Prof.
Selamat mendaftar ya. Ya, assalamualaikum.
Siap, waalaikumsalam, Prof. Kalian tahu nggak sih, UAI itu satu-satunya kampus yang terlahir dari masjid. Dan di UAI terdapat 6 fakultas dengan 19 program studi yang bisa kalian pilih. Buat kalian nih yang suka banget sama teknologi, ilmu-ilmu alam, atau ingin terjun ke dunia sains-tek, Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi merupakan pilihan yang tepat. Di dalamnya terdapat program studi teknik industri, teknik elektro, informatika, biologi, teknologi pangan, dan gizi. Fakultas ini juga dilengkapi dengan berbagai fasilitas laboratorium mendukung loh, mulai dari laboratorium manufaktur, laboratorium kimia, laboratorium elektro, laboratorium mikroorganisme, dan lab-lab yang berkaitan dengan sains teknologi lainnya.
Fakultas berikutnya adalah Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Buat kalian yang mau masuk ke dunia bisnis dan keuangan, cocok banget nih. Ada program studi manajemen dan program studi akuntansi. Di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis juga terdapat fasilitas laboratorium Bank Mini loh, di mana kalian juga bisa belajar banyak mengenai keuangan dan perbankan.
UAI juga ada Fakultas Psikologi dan Pendidikan nih teman-teman. Buat kamu yang aware tentang mentality dan konseling, program studi yang ada di fakultas ini pas banget.
Mulai dari program studi psikologi, PG PAUD, bimbingan konseling Islam, dan pendidikan agama Islam. Pada fakultas ini terdapat lab konseling, lab micro-teaching, lab eksperimen, dan lab-lab lainnya yang berkaitan mengenai konseling dan psikologi. Teman-teman, sekarang kita lagi di Fakultas Ilmu Pengetahuan Budaya nih.
Nah, di fakultas ini banyak banget program studi yang berkaitan dengan budaya dan bahasa di luar negeri, seperti bahasa dan kebudayaan Jepang, bahasa dan kebudayaan Inggris, bahasa dan kebudayaan Arab, serta bahasa Mandarin dan kebudayaan Tiongkok.
Di Fakultas Ilmu Pengetahuan Budaya juga terdapat ruang kebudayaan dan pusat bahasa di mana kalian bisa banyak belajar mengenai budaya di luar negeri loh.
Berikutnya Fakultas Hukum, yang terdiri dari ilmu hukum, cocok banget buat kamu yang pengen terjun ke dunia hukum di Indonesia nantinya. Bahkan, di Fakultas Hukum UAI, terdapat fasilitas laboratorium moot court yang bisa membantu kalian untuk beradaptasi dan belajar simulasi mengenai sidang di pengadilan.
Dan yang terakhir, ada Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik. Di sini ada 2 program studi yang terkenal banget nih teman-teman. Pertama, program studi Ilmu Komunikasi, dan yang kedua, program studi Ilmu Hubungan Internasional.
Di fakultas ini banyak banget laboratorium untuk menunjang pembelajaran teman-teman. Ada laboratorium TV, lab radio, lab desain, lab fotografi, dan juga lab sidang untuk hubungan internasional.
Tentu di sini kalian bisa meraih banyak banget experience yang sesuai dengan pelajaran kalian.
Nah teman-teman, di UAI sendiri juga ada program paksa sarjana untuk magister ilmu hukum di UAI.
Kak,
Ya,
kan aku kan kerja ya kak. Di sini ada kelas karyawan.
ada dong pastinya. Pertama, terdapat program blended learning untuk prodi akuntansi, manajemen, dan hukum. Kedua, terdapat program hybrid learning untuk prodi informatika dan teknik elektro. Oh iya, di sini juga ada program ahli jenjang untuk prodi akuntansi loh. Nah, saat ini kita juga ada di perpustakaan Universitas Azhar Indonesia.
Buat teman-teman yang suka membaca buku atau ingin mencari referensi buat tugas, riset, maupun skripsi kalian nanti, perpustakaan UAI punya banyak banget kumpulan literatur akademis jurnal hingga bacaan santai lainnya.
Berikutnya, ini adalah fasilitas UAI, yaitu Auditorium Arifin Panigoro.
Di auditorium ini, kalian bisa menggunakannya untuk perkuliahan umum, atau bahkan bisa digunakan untuk seminar juga loh.
Dan kapasitasnya banyak banget, sering banget untuk dipakai kegiatan kemahasiswaan juga, gitu.
Gak cuma auditorium aja loh, kamu juga dapat menggunakan ruang amphitheater untuk melaksanakan pembelajaran kuliah dengan fasilitas yang keren dan lengkap.
Selain itu, Di sini juga terdapat fasilitas BI Corner.
Di BI Corner ini, kalian dapat mengakses buku-buku atau hanya sekedar diskusi.
Waktu istirahat, Anan paling pas banget nih buat makan-makan sambil santai bareng teman-teman di kantin basement 1 dan basement 2. Apalagi banyak banget pilihan makanan yang bisa kalian pilih di sini, ya kan yuk?
Tuh. Oh iya, di Universitas Azhar Indonesia, kita juga diajarkan untuk memiliki gaya hidup halal atau halal lifestyle. Yuk, let's move.
Nah, kalau kalian ingin mencari suasana yang tenang atau sekedar untuk beristirahat, di UI sendiri ada namanya Masjid Agung Al-Azhar. Kalian bisa beribadah atau mengikuti kajian di Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia ataupun di Masjid Agung itu sendiri.
Jadi teman-teman, sekarang kita ada di rooftop UI nih.
Nah, di rooftop Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia, kalian bisa foto-foto buat dikoleksi di album kalian, atau kalian hanya ingin sekedar untuk snack-snack makan-makan aja. Kalian bisa melakukannya di sini.
Nah, ini adalah Tajir. Hai semuanya. Tajir adalah inkubator bisnis yang menyediakan edukasi dan arahan. Untuk mahasiswa yang ingin menjadi entrepreneur, di sini kamu akan dibantu untuk mengembangkan bisnis kamu, mulai dari pelatihan, workshop, networking, magang, hingga pemodalan baik dalam maupun luar negeri.
UAI juga memiliki total 17 unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang dapat kalian ikuti loh. Dan tentunya, kalian juga dapat mengikuti kegiatan organisasi yang ada di kampus. UAI, yang merupakan bagian dari Yayasan Pesantren Islam Al-Azhar, juga menjalin hubungan mitra dengan banyak perusahaan ternama, tokoh nasional, dan tokoh internasional yang pastinya memberikan mahasiswa networking yang sangat luas. UAI memiliki banyak sekali penghargaan-penghargaan yang didapat teman-teman, seperti 10 besar kampus swasta terbaik di Jakarta, dan juga penghargaan dari Badan Narkotika Nasional atas peran serta UAI dalam aksi pencegahan, pemberantasan, penyalahgunaan, dan peredaran gelap narkoba. Selama masa pandemi, juga mendapatkan penghargaan dari Kemendikbud atas kontribusi dan inovasi yang dilakukan pada masa pandemi COVID-19. Alat ini juga diluncurkan langsung oleh Presiden Republik Indonesia yang ke-7, Bapak Insinyur Haji Joko Widodo. Alat yang diluncurkan merupakan Power Air Purifying Respirator. Mahasiswa dan mahasiswi UAI juga banyak banget prestasi yang sudah dicetak, mulai dari tingkat regional, nasional, hingga internasional loh. Kalian tahu gak sih, mahasiswa-mahasiswa UAI sebelum mereka lulus dan wisuda, mereka sudah masuk di dunia kerja, seperti di sektor-sektor swasta, sektor pemerintahan, dan industri-industri lainnya. Selain itu, mereka juga aktif untuk membuka lapangan kerja di Indonesia. Mereka sering sekali mengikuti kegiatan-kegiatan entrepreneur sehingga bisa membuka lapangan kerja di Indonesia. Bahkan, mereka sampai mendukung pergerakan roda perekonomian di Indonesia loh. Nah, langsung dengar kata mereka yuk.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Azhar, CEO dan co-founder dari Giraffe Creative Digital Agency. Saya lulusan UAI dari Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, program studi Ilmu Komunikasi. Selama berkuliah di UAI, saya mendapatkan berbagai pengetahuan dan pengalaman yang luar biasa, melatih pola pikir dan komunikasi saya, sehingga saya bisa masuk ke dunia industri dengan cepat dan siap. Mata kuliah Jiwa Kepemimpinan dan Karakter Korporasi atau JK3 membantu saya dalam mengembangkan bisnis yang sedang saya jalani.
Alhamdulillah, selama saya studi di Teknik Elektro UAI ini, saya merasakan kekeluargaan yang sangat erat baik antara mahasiswa maupun dengan dosen. Selain itu, kami juga para mahasiswa didorong untuk melakukan publikasi baik di conference maupun jurnal internasional.
Segudang pengalaman berharga yang diberikan oleh Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia untuk saya. Yang pertama adalah yang nggak bisa saya lupakan menjadi seorang student representatif, di mana saya mewakili Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia untuk sebuah proyek mahasiswa yang ada di Jepang. Jadi saya melakukan student exchange ke Jepang untuk beberapa bulan. Dan yang kedua adalah mobilitas yang saya dapatkan dari Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia itu baik sekali karena lokasinya yang sangat strategis, sehingga waktu itu sangat memungkinkan untuk saya tetap bekerja sambil kuliah dan juga nilai-nilainya tetap maksimal.
Dulu saat belajar di UAI, gue banyak belajar mengenai skill-skill yang dibutuhkan untuk bisa kompetisi di perusahaan besar seperti Gojek. Skill apa sih? Skill pertama yang paling dibutuhkan adalah skill berbahasa Inggris, dan itu dipelajari di kampus UAI ini. So, jangan ragu untuk bisa mendaftar di kampus UAI, karena masa depanmu ada di sini.
Wah, UAI bagus juga ya.
Ya udah yuk daftar.
Yuk.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The International Symposium in commemorating the 20th anniversary of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, University Al-Azhar Indonesia is about to begin shortly. Please open your camera and mute your microphone. This event is supported by the US Embassy, KBR Radio 68H, Student Association at FISIP UAI, KMF, Komik, and Komahi, member of the Chancellor's Forum and member of the Dean Forum in Indonesia. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, we can gather at our today's event, the International Symposium in commemorating the 20th anniversary of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, University Al-Azhar Indonesia, Tuesday, October 25, 2022. Salawat and greetings may be poured out on the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. It is an honor to us to introduce and welcome the guests at our event today, the Honorable Rector of University Al-Azhar Indonesia, Professor Dr. Insinyur Asep Saifuddin MSc, the Honorable Vice Rectors of University Al-Azhar Indonesia, the Honorable Supervisory Council, Mr. Suhadi Eskom, and Inspectorates of Yayasan Pesantren Islam Al-Azhar, the Honorable Keynote Speech, Professor Ang Penghua, the Honorable Mr. Joshua Stankes from US Embassy, the Honorable Parallel Session Speakers, the Honorable Members and Delegations from the Indonesian Parliamentary Council, governments and state institutions, the institutional and media partner, US Embassy and KBR Radio 68H, deans, directors, and lecturers of University Al-Azhar Indonesia, and from other universities, home and abroad, academia, academic community, media, and all participants. Welcome on this very special occasion, the International Symposium in commemorating the 20th anniversary of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, University Al-Azhar Indonesia, with the theme, Development and Democratization in Algorithm World, the reflection on contribution of social and political sciences. Singing the national anthem of Indonesia and Mars UAI, ladies and gentlemen in Zoom meeting room, you may adjust the attitude.
Indonesia, tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah aku berdiri, jadi pandu hidupku.
reciting the Holy Quran by Dr. Haji Agus Nurkowim, MPDI.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فبما رحمة من الله لنت لهم ولو كنت فظا غليظ القلب لانفضوا من حولك فاعف عنهم واستغفر لهم وشاورهم في الأمر فإذا عزمت فتوكل على الله إن الله يحب المتوكلين فبما رحمة من الله لنت لهم ولو كنت فظا غليظ القلب لانفضوا من حولك فاعف عنهم واستغفر لهم وشاورهم في الأمر فإذا عزمت فتوكل على الله. إن الله يحب المتوكلين. صدق الله العظيم.
Ladies and gentlemen, opening statement from the Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences of UAI as the Chairman of the Steering Committee. We welcome Dr. Heri Herdiawanto, SPD MSI.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and greetings to us all. Alhamdulillah, praise and gratitude be to Allah, our Creator, that this morning we are all able to attend and participate in this Zoom virtual meeting room in good health, and together to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Al-Azhar, Indonesia. May peace and blessing of Allah be upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Honorable speakers, the management of Al-Azhar Islamic Foundation, Rector and Vice Rector of Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia, academic members, distinguished guests and participants, allow me to deliver some information regarding the series of our event. Our international symposium raised the theme of development and democratization in algorithm with reflection on the contribution of social and political sciences. This event is conducted to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the founding of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia. Our purpose are two. One, reflect and celebrate 20 years of the establishment of the faculty. Two, map and publicize the faculty members' academic research hitherto, both of lecturer and students. Three, facilitate promotion and publication for faculty members, both at the national and international levels. Four, promote Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia to greater education, institution, and communities, in particular to high school students in Jakarta. Five, promote the university postgraduate programs. Six, provide a room and opportunity for academics and alumni to convene as well as. Seven, strengthen and expand the networking of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, the series of our faculty's celebration activities involve 3 key timelines. The first, pre-international symposium activities, including high school students competition for Jabodetabek areas, consisting of speech, short movie competition, university video profile making. The second, the international symposium agenda itself covering keynote speech, special occasion speech, parallel session, and recommendation statement. And the third, post-international symposium, which will generate a meta-analysis as an outcome. Distinguished guests and participants, I also would like to address my utmost gratitude to all invitees who are willing to participate and attend this event. Government and state institution, Kominfo, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, General Election Supervisor Agency Bawaslu, and General Election Commission KPU. Fellow students, alumni, and partners, NGO, corporation, funder, and the representative of Al-Azhar Islamic Foundation, International Campus, Association and Community Network, the Indonesian Communication Scholar Association SPCOM, ISKI, Japelidi, Public Relations Association, Advertising Association, Indonesia Association for International Relations (IHI), Political Association. The Dean Forum of the Faculty and Social and Political Sciences in Indonesia, multilateral embassy representatives, school community, educator and students, fellow attendants or participants. I cannot mention one by one. Through this event, we would also like to deliver our appreciation to the late Professor Dr. Yahya Muhaimin Almarhum as motivator, inspiration, and founder of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia, which later will be presented by Professor Dr. Insinyur Asep Saifuddin MSc as Director of Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia to family members. On behalf of the Deanship, lecturer, and staff of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, I would like to thank Al-Azhar Islamic Foundation, the committee, both steering committee and organizing committee, office and international affairs, rector, secretary's office, students council, KMPC, Komik and Komahi, campus network, association network, media network, high school institution in Jakarta and surrounding areas, as well as institution and media partners. I hope that this event will provide positive benefits for all parties, both internally and externally. Finally, I welcome you all to the series of today's symposium activities henceforth, and I hope you will have a remarkable time at the symposium. Thank you very much for your kind attention and cooperation of all parties, and may apologize for all the shortcomings. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming speech and official inauguration of the International Symposium by Director of UAI and tribute speech to Professor Dr. Haji Yahya Muhaimin. Please welcome Professor Dr. Insinyur Asep Saifuddin MSc.
Thank you, Ms. Septi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. I am very honored to have this occasion to opening the International Symposium on Milad FISIP UAI, which is, we are now the 20 years of FISIP UAI, the age which is not young anymore, but not too old. So it is a time for the Faculty of Political and Social Science to contribute to the country, not only Indonesia, but perhaps in the world. I'm very happy that Dr. Harry already explained about the objective of this symposium, both coverage, the content, as well as the technicalities. We are now in the right time to inform that 20 years of FISIP UAI is getting mature. The theme of this symposium is very interesting also. That is the development and democratization in the algorithmic world. The reflection of contribution of social political sciences. I believe we all understand that development and democratizations now cannot be separated. And fortunately, it is accelerated by digital technology, which empower the human capitals to participate in the development and democratization. Development is aimed to increase the human welfare, and democratization is facilitating the development. By democratization, people can speak and communicate properly, raise the idea, and also produce different perspective of development. At the end, all the countries, the people of the countries improve their welfare. The topic of this symposium is also, I believe, very, very interesting. The keynote from Professor Ang Peng Hua, he is from Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, is a very well-known professor. Thank you, Professor Ang Peng Hua, who is willing to provide us the democracy and development in algorithm world. So we can listen the perspective of his idea on democracy and development of today, where the technology is available and very massive. The second special occasion speech will be provided by representative of U.S. Embassy, Mr. Joshua Santos. He is the Cyber Security and Infrastructure Security Agency of Department of Homeland Security. He is proposing us on global political spectrum and democracy in the United States in the digital world. So digital now is moving everywhere. And as Dr. Harry mentioned about meta-analysis of contribution, especially the Faculty of Social Science and Political Science of UAI. So I think it is very, very interesting our contribution to the political and social sciences, indicating that UAI, especially FISIP, is moving very fast since the beginning of inception by a prominent person, Professor Yahya Muhaimin. So as you perhaps understand, Professor Yahya Muhaimin is former Minister of National Education in 2000s, and then he became a pioneer of developing FISIP UAI. Therefore, I would like to a little bit mentions about his biography. Professor Yahya Abdul Muhaimin was born in Bumiayu, Brebes, Central Java in 1943, and he passed away on the 9th February 2022. After he finished his senior high school, he became a student of Department of International Relations in Gajah Mada University. While he is a student, he was very active in the student organizations, both intra and extra universities, like Islamic Student Association or HMI, as well as Muhammadiyah Student Association or PMM. Professor Yahya got his PhD from MIT, USA, in 1982, with the dissertations very interesting, entitled "The Public of Client Businessman, Indonesia Economic Policy in 1950 up to 1980s." And then he is a professor in Gajah Mada University, then become the cultural attaché in USA, and then he became a minister of national education in 1999 up to 2001. After he served as a minister, he signed the letters of funding of University of Al-Azhar Indonesia, and he was the minister who put the first stone in the building. And then not only developing the campus, but also he participated as the first dean of Faculty of Social Science and Political Science in 2002. So he is very contributive to our university, that we cannot forget his role in our university. And also in education in Indonesia, he is very well known as the thinker of education. He served as a head of Council of Muhammadiyah Education. I believe it is very important to always remember him. May Allah put him in the surga, in the beautiful place in Jannah. So please listen to the video profile a bit and some of comments from his college for about 3 or 4 minutes. So I wish the organizing committee provide the video of Professor Muhaimin. Please. Thank you very much, the organizing committee, to prepare the videos and this event very well. So also I would like to thank to all member of leaders in Universitas of Al-Azhar Indonesia, the deans, especially the dean of FISIP, as well as the Yayasan Pesantren Islam Al-Azhar, who provide us many contribution to this event. Thank you very much. And also I hope Professor Yahya now is happy in the Surga, in the Jannah. Thank you. And I would like to provide an award to the family of Professor Yahya. And as Professor Yahya is the founding father of Faculty of Social Political Science, so we would like to provide some certificate and the placard as your contribution to University of Al-Azhar Indonesia. Thank you. Please, the organizing committee.
To Professor Asep and Mr. Elvin, now we are going to have a photo session. Please get ready and I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Alvin, we would like you to have speech on behalf of your father. Please, thank you.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On behalf of my family, we would like to thank you for this certificate. We are honored because we know how our father, Yahya Muhammad, worked very hard in his lifetime in establishing the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences at Universitas Al-Azhar, Indonesia. We also would like to thank all his friends, faculty members, and all his students that have been part of my father's journey. We hope his vision and legacy will be remembered and continue to on for years. Thank you once again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much.
To Professor Asep and Mr. Alvin, thank you for the speech. Now, ladies and gentlemen, video screening of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences profile and the graduate school profile.
Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia, or known as UAI, was established in the year 2000. UAI is a higher education institution under the auspices of the Al-Azhar Islamic Boarding School. The education culture of UAI is based upon the principle of enterprising university, by glorifying science and religious values as essential aspects in changing the nation's future. UAI is designed as the center for developing science and character building. This motivates UAI to be able to produce graduates who have high integrity. One of the university's achievements is ranked as the best 10 in Jakarta based on the assessment of the Ministry of Education and Culture. The Faculty of Social and Political Sciences of Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia was established in 2002 by introducing the International Relations Study Program. In 2003, the faculty opened the Communication Study Program. The International Relations Study Program has two focuses: regional study and strategic study. The Communication Studies Program has three concentrations: public relations, media and journalism, and advertising. The the faculty is handled by human resources who are visionary and competent in their field. These resources include committed management, an academic team, and experienced lecturers who graduated from various domestic and foreign universities. They are individuals who have high passion and qualification. The faculty has the vision to become one of the leading faculties that organize higher institution for best education, research, and public service activity. These are done by developing individuals who have high integrated intellectual, spiritual, Islamic, and moral dimension into a democratic culture and inclusive climate. To achieve this vision, the faculty building networks of cooperation with relevant institutions nationally and internationally. The faculty is equipped with facilities to support effective teaching and learning, including digital TV, radio broadcast, and computer lab. And now, on this 20th anniversary, the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences UAI opened a postgraduate program in communication. The faculty is committed to producing graduates of researchers, professional practitioners, and academics who have credibility and competence but still prioritize the norms and ethics. The faculty lecturer has proved their achievements by publishing papers, articles, and books, and attending local, national, and international academic forums and conferences. The faculty strives to hold various positive activities to increase student creativity and innovation. The students conduct their activities in many educational and social events, showcasing their performance in national and international scope through immense networking. To achieve our target, the faculty invite lecturers, influential figures, and active practitioners proficient in their fields from national and abroad. The faculty has become a new hope to produce a young generation of leaders to perform in the global world. The programs accredited by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education as excellent. The Faculty of Social and Political Sciences of Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia is the best place for individuals with love and passion.
Our event today is supported by the U.S. Embassy, KBR Radio 68H, Student Association at FISIP UAI, KMF, Komik and Komahi, member of the Chancellor's Forum and members of the Dean's Forum in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is keynote speech, The Democracy and Development in Algorithm World, that will be delivered by Professor Ang Peng Hua. Professor Ang Peng Hua is currently a director of the USP and also the director of the Masters in Media and Communication program. He got his PhD degree from Michigan State University in 1993. Some of the awards and accomplishments he received are Public Service Star National Day Award sponsored by the Ministry of Trade and Industry for Service in the Consumers Association of Singapore, elected Fellow of the International Communication Association, and elected President of the International Communication Association. He is also a member of Editorial Board of Journal of Communication, editor of Asian Journal of Communication, member of Advisory Board of Journal of Media and Communication Research, member of Advisory Council of Institute for Advertising Ethics, Chairman of Advertising Standards Authority of Singapore, member of Editorial Board of Mobile Media and Communication, member of Editorial Board and of Journalism and Mass Communication Quarterly, and Advisory Panel of Communication or Film Studies Program, Singapore University of Social Sciences. And of course, there are many other achievements that cannot be mentioned one by one. Please welcome the Honorable Professor Ang Peng Hua, Wee Kim Wee School of Communication and Information, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore.
Selamat pagi. Yeah, I'm glad to be here. Thank you for the honor of the invitation. I did not know this was the 20th anniversary when I was accepted. I'm delighted that to be part of this. Thank you, Rector Saifuddin. Thank you for Dean Hendrianto. I was in UAI in 2019 before the pandemic. I guess when we were just spreading in Wuhan, and now I'm here. So I guess we both skipped the pandemic in a sense. Okay, so I want to begin the presentation now. Yeah. I noticed that from the very touching tribute to the founding father of your faculty, that you have been grounded in a strong sense of social purpose. So the university is not just one for education, but something beyond that. And I note also your Islamic background. The Asian Journal of Communication is running a special issue on Islamic communication research. I would strongly encourage that, noting that you have this interest in religion, which is actually very important in these times, so that we don't think only of economics, but also of issues such as ethics, which is what we cover here. Okay, next slide, please. I began, in fact, when I was given this topic, I began by noting that this is somewhat philosophical. So it is completely in line with what your kind of the philosophy of your university. But when I began this, I was thinking more like, we have to accept that democracy is the best, but not perfect. Of course, we know that. Best form of governance. Governance is not government. Governance is what I call rules, and rules about rules. It's of course all the laws and all that, but rules about rules means how do we enforce rules? How do we create rules? What are the committees that make rules? How is the voting process even? So democracy is really the best form of governance. And I put here, the way we make decisions as a nation, right? So we're making decisions for ourselves, not by law, but rule of law, right? Rule of law. And I want to note that in this context, we are talking about AI and algorithms because our world is getting more complex, right? And the population, we need some ways to make some decisions from ourselves, take some decisions of us. You can think of traffic lights. If you have your AI algorithm, you could make traffic smoother by smoothing out the traffic so that traffic doesn't get congested and the lights go. So there's a green wave, for example, right? It's being tried now in policing so that police are deployed in the most efficient manner because policing resources is always limited. You can think of looking at who can enter the country, right? Using AI to see, potential profiling certain people, depending on the characteristics. AI is being used in some countries, even to the schools that you get into, trying to match the children to the kind of the best school, most appropriate for them. Some of these rules, some of this AI do not have human input, and I think this is our concern. That the question then is, can AI and algorithms short-circuit our democratic process because we want human input, right? We believe democracy is the best because we as human beings are giving input into the decisions that affect us when we are in our own countries. Next slide, please. So this morning, I would ask this as a question, but given this group, right? Did you use algorithm? Right? And this morning you probably did. If you use your Waze or your maps to come to your campus, I always do that because we get traffic jam now and then. I would have used algorithms. If you read any news this morning from any news service, you would have used algorithms. If you saw a movie last night, or you're reading some books, these all have algorithms. And the reason they're used is that algorithms are very efficient. The last one about Amazon, they use human editors to recommend books, but they found that AI system was more accurate. And in fact, the AI system has now replaced human editors for recommending books. So this is a major shift in something as simple as reading a book. Next slide, please. So despite what we see as a strength, AI are weak in the sense that they can do only one thing. They are trying to build what we call general AI. It is not even close yet, right? It's not very good, but for some things, when you do one thing, they're very, very strong. Driving the cars. Of course, we have heard of accidents, and I'll elaborate one in a bit, but generally pretty good. My own car, a Volvo, has got lane assistance. it can see if I'm going off the lane, and you will shake my steering wheel and remind me that, hey, I'm going off, right, on the track. I have to signal if I want to change the lanes. This is AI at work. If somebody jumps in front of the car, or you know, at a certain distance, the car will brake. Okay, the AI cannot. It's not so good sometimes, because I'm going to turn a corner and then the car will like start braking for me, and like, oh, what's happening, right? But for some things, it's pretty good for doing one thing. At this stage, what this means is that when AI can do only one thing, you can isolate the problem. You know it is there, right? Next slide, please. So how are algorithms created? And I need to explain this a little bit so we can see where the problems are. Okay, so the two methods. One is logic and rules-based, meaning that you and I can create these rules. So it is artificial. It's in the sense that the computer will read it, will rule, and apply the rule straight, right? So this is one form of AI. You can think of traffic lights again. You can set the rule, say that on Monday to Fridays, these lights will operate in this way. Saturday, Sunday, the traffic lights operate in a different way. You set your own rules, you can do that. The second one is machine learning, and this one is a bit, you could say, scary in a sense that the computer then learns, looking at the patterns, and then decides its own rules. Okay, next slide, please. So roughly, here's how it works. The first one, artificial intelligence, the broad covers everything. Okay, all the algorithms there. We humans define the rules of decision making. So the humans make the rules, and the rules that decide the rules that make the rules. Second one, the machine learning, the smaller box. Okay, with humans and machine, we do both. The third one, the deep learning, this one is where the computer does its own learning, doesn't have human input. I don't have time, but there are some cases where computers have learned to play games on their own, and they play the games better than what the designers had expected, right? So just by letting them just play the game, no rules, they know what to do, and then they end up having, scoring very, very well, even creating new strategies. So I don't know if you've watched this movie, AlphaGo, where the creators of this deep learning AI, program to play Go, which is more complicated game, a Chinese game, more complicated game than chess. And the AI came up with new strategies that Go masters had never seen before. So it's creating new new strategies for this. Next slide, please. The things that AI requires a lot of data, and this is one critical point. Typically, you need 50,000 data points, minimum. You think of social sciences. Our surveys are what? 1,000 people, 2,000 people, 3,000 people. This is more than 10 times the number, right? 15 times the number. If you take 3,000 even, 50,000 data points. This is the minimum. So this tells you that the data becomes very, very important, and that's why you see later on I talk a bit about this, that a lot of governments are trying to sort of preserve data, keep it in, passing privacy laws to protect the data that they have on hand. Okay, so let me go next slide, please. Often you see the issue of discrimination in AI and algorithm, but actually what happens is that it is often the result of inadequate data. This is quite a well-known sort of graphic here to show that the algorithms in facial recognition in the US, right? And these are three, at least two of them, Microsoft and IBM, big giant companies. They don't want to make mistakes, but you can see that for the darker skinned people, the accuracy is less. For females, even worse, right? So the gap you can see, 20 to 30% off. This is the result of inadequate data. So you can see that with inadequate data, the result is worse. Okay, so sometimes it's funny that it is worse than not having data even sometimes, right? Although in this case, it's still pretty good, right? You can see 70, 80%, pretty good. But sometimes it can actually be worse. Okay, next slide, please. So the point about this, of course, is that you want to have more data to avoid discrimination and bias. Here, it's a question, right? And so it's not easy. We often hear about discrimination by AI, but what about discrimination by human beings, right? So in fact, in this case, the AI seemed to be less racist than the loan officer. This is what's implied here, right? Because the human person will see, well, okay, it's a black person applying, there's subtle discrimination going on, find the reason to reject the loan application. Right? Next slide, please. So let me show you how heavily dependent AI is on data and algorithms. So this is the case of Uber. They're testing their vehicle in Arizona, and the lady was killed here. This is, I think, the first case that we know of a sort of pedestrian being killed in this way. So this car was traveling on Arizona at night. Unfortunately, the driver was not paying attention. She was playing a game because the AI was running the thing. It's kind of boring sitting there and then the thing's playing a game. It's supposed to be a security guard, but the security guard can be a pretty boring job. So unfortunately, didn't see this person coming in time. Next slide, please. So you can see what happened here. You see that this cyclist is pushing. So I want to highlight certain points, right? She's pushing a bicycle, right? And she has some groceries, preparing groceries on the handle of the bicycle. Okay. Now this, in order for AI to know this, it must have seen this before. So AI must see this previous image of somebody pushing a bicycle and ideally groceries on the handle of the bicycle. Next slide, please. You do a search, okay, on images of cyclists pushing a bicycle. I can't find them. I have to search. I tried this with class exercise. Okay, you guys, look for images of cyclists pushing a bicycle. You can't find. They're all riding a bicycle or pushing a bicycle in crossings. Yeah, none of these. I look through and then there are none of these. Right. This is the very first screen. So you need to go a few screens down before you see one pushing a bicycle and often they're pushing a bicycle at the road crossing. Here she wasn't. And when you push bicycle, there are no bags on the handle. So you can see how dependent it is. So they will need 50,000 images, right, of somebody pushing a bicycle and ideally a handle, some things on the handle, right? So this is the dependency of algorithms on data. Next slide, please. So this, I come back again to the point, right, about remember the racist loan officer. So here is a scenario. You had a quarrel with a neighbor, you find yourself in court. Unfortunately, lose a case, and now you're fined by the judge, right? Research shows that when a judge is tired or hungry, he or she is more likely to give you a heavy sentence. It's not 11:45 a.m. No lunch yet. Belum lunch, huh? Would you prefer to be assessed by a fine to fine by a judge or an algorithm? When I ask my students, everybody says algorithm, right? Because the judge is like, at the time, tired, hungry, 11:45, right? So you can see that it's not so straightforward, and people talk about bias in judgment of algorithm. Next slide, please. So these are some challenges of AI and algorithm. First one, of course, the data is not available, right? Second one is data is often unstructured. I have a small startup, it's still struggling on AI and I did it to understand AI in a deeper way. Most data are structured and unstructured and messy. Somebody told me that they were doing a project for a car company in Singapore. The project was supposed to be 3 months and it ended up taking 9 months. The other 6 months was to organize the data, right? So right now, our systems, most companies are not organized for AI or algorithms yet. This is very, very messy. Okay, so some other points. AI lacks self-awareness. Yeah, it doesn't know. It's a black box. So we as humans have to come in. We assume AI assume the data are truthful. Okay, next slide, please. Again, this is where we come in to look. Some other issues here on governance, rules issues, copyright. Yeah, you use some text. Who deserves to have the text? Is there some value to the text? So this is some issues that people are discussing. Corporate accountability. Who is liable if something goes wrong? Okay, because AI can remember the AI can develop rules without you knowing it, without you specifying it. Is it your fault if the rules that are developed somehow causes some injury or damage, right? You did not deliberately set out to do it. Just let the AI develop its rules and then something happen, right? The last one is exacerbating asymmetrical power. Who benefits? You're discussing some project about Changi Airport. it's really a very good airport. I'm not saying this is for Singapore, but really, for example, they have like suppose 10 million comments a year. They respond to every single written comment. Every comment gets a reply. So what we proposed was to AI go into the comment, see whether it's positive or negative, take out a template, right, based on what it is written there, draft a templated email, then send it to an officer to check, is it a good reply or not? If it's a good reply, just send off, right? Right now, they have 50 people doing that. With AI, you only need 5, including people on leave. Actually 4, but now my 5 is okay, being conservative. So imagine 40 from 50 people to now 5 people, same job, maybe even better, faster response time possible, right? So the gain is to who? The company, right? What about the individual, right? So this is where I mentioned that some posts elsewhere that we should consider such issues as ethical issue because you are thinking about ethics as a normal part of your routine, right? When I post to my students, they often say, if you say this is an ethical issue, does it mean that you are unethical when you use AI? Because then people will be displaced, some people will be displaced, right? And I say, no, that's not how to look at it, right? When you look at, say, unemployment, potential unemployment as an AI issue, ethical AI issue, right? What you are saying is that, can we apply ethics to this and come up with some creative solution? Think of the people who are left behind by AI. Can we think of something for them to do? Or can we use AI in some way that we can still deploy them, you know, and maybe even enhance the job, right? So it forces you to be a little more creative. You're not just thinking of, you know, your economics, but you're also thinking of the human being behind the issues that now being faced, right? Next slide, please. So how are governments approaching this? The US has some work, what I call patchwork, looking at bias and affirmative action because it's very clearly seen the harm to minorities, right, with inadequate data. There's a funny, sad story of Google where they couldn't find enough black people, right? So they actually went to the streets took pictures of black people, homeless, and used them. I mean, like, how can you do that? You're literally using people, no? Without even a consent. So it was just, that's not right. I mean, they tried to correct something, but not in a very good way. Europe probably has a good approach and looking at harm. What is the risk of this harm? The reason for this approach is that with AI, it's a new thing. We don't know what will happen. If you have the laws coming too quickly, you might stifle the development. It's happened in some places. Most famous case probably Utah, where they passed a law to use digital signature. They were the first state in the world, first place in the world to have any laws about digital signatures. Within a few years, 2 or 3 years, it was obsolete because technology had overtaken it. And in fact, 10 years after that, the law was scrapped because it was outdated. So you want to be careful not to be too fast in passing laws. So what the question then is, okay, how do we decide? The European approach, I think makes sense, is to say, what are the risks involved in this? And let's look at maybe laws and legal framework to address those risks. So that's a more, say, balanced and weighted approach. Singapore has some framework, I would say, not so much law, but framework looking at this issue of algorithm and AI, talking about transparency, for example, trusted data frameworks, intellectual property protection. So generally, some of these things are happening. But one thing is happening across the world and also in Indonesia are privacy laws. I mentioned earlier that you can see that with algorithms, data becomes very, very important. Data is seen as a new oil, which is a mistake because unlike oil, data is never used up. So if you have data, I have data, we give it to another person, we don't lose anything, right? You and I still have our same thing. This person has the same set. But with this other person, maybe this person has some ideas that we can use, right? So by sort of having it more available, you can actually help your innovation process. So this is a tricky one because on the one hand, definitely you must protect privacy of users, but on the other hand, too tight laws can be an issue. So this is still being, run, but privacy is certainly a concern, both at the individual level, but also from a larger government level of how to allow data to be used for more productive work. UNESCO has some broad outlines on policy, but really very broad outlines. The next slide, please. Okay, so this is the EU approach, talking about risk, and I'll just quickly go over to talk about how they decide unacceptable, meaning they shouldn't do it. Low, probably don't need to worry about, and high. So most things actually in the high category because they are really uncertain. So kind of interesting approach to looking at this. Next slide, please. Yeah, so you can see that your high risk, you need to do certain things. So for example, even your contact tracing in the pandemic, Singapore, we had our own. You can see the third line there, logging of activity to ensure traceability of results. That will be considered a high risk AI system. Right? So even though it's obviously emergency, we all agree it to be used, but you can see that in Europe, it will be considered a high risk approach. Right? Okay, next slide, please. So some other questions that people need to look at for data, how do you share this data? So public data, how should it be shared? Should you share crime maps, right? Should you share even disease map? Every government, every state has got disease map. Which places have got more cancer, for example, more asthma? Could it be the environment? And governments are very touchy about this because people like to be scared and run away. But it could be clusters by chance, right? But it could be clustered by environment. So how do you share this, right? And then private data, should it always be private? Example I give is, now I'll ask you in a bit about public transport. So should data from, let's say, Gojek, right? Where Gojek can tell the flow pattern of traffic, should it only be private? Should it not be shared with the government so that of Jakarta, so that they can plan better planning for traffic in Jakarta, right? So some of these questions need to be addressed. Next question, please. Next slide, please. Sorry. Next slide. No questions. Here's an interesting slide to look at on the public attitudes to AI, right? So the question is, to what extent should use AI and algorithms for war? It has been used already, by the way. The first use apparently was by Britain in Libya, where they sent out the missiles to look for bandits in Libya. This, of course, raised some hackers around people because you're literally killing. Well, the argument is that killing indiscriminately because you're seeing anybody there, their physical profile, you will kill. On the other hand, the argument by Britain and the allies was that these are clearly rebels, right? So it's not so straightforward. I'm pretty sure that AI is being tested in Ukraine right now. Exactly how, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure they've been testing it. Testing, it doesn't mean they're using it. Testing to see if you use AI, how would it work? In the case of America, it's interesting, right? That overall, Americans are not in favor of using AI for warfare, but as soon as adversaries start to develop them, they're using it, right? And it is being used by Americans already. In fact, I had a video and no time, so I didn't share that. There's a company called Boston Dynamics. You can go online. It's developing AI for use in the military. The robot's amazing. You can walk on 2 feet, jump, hop, do parkour, the French thing where you jump around in buildings. Amazing. Very stable. Right now, it's clearly you can use it for carrying things, right? But they also have AI snipers, right? In other words, the aim and all that without human intervention. So there are cases of it being used, developed, or the technology is being developed already. And once you're in, it's a race. And with war, nobody says that you must hold back, right? So this is an issue that we really need to think about. There are some codes of ethics in this area, but it's a code of ethics. It's not a law. Ethics can be issue of ethics is how to enforce ethics. So this is an issue definitely we need to consider. Next slide, please. And given what I just said earlier, governments are collecting as much data as they can. A lot of the reason for collecting data is you can say justified, right? Because you want to minimize member bias, discrimination, right? So a lot of the reasons are justified. But because of this, there's a tendency to over-collect data as well, collecting what's unnecessary. So again, this is a tricky area, again, an ethical issue to look at. Next slide, please. Here's one that I posed. When the government develops an algorithm, should this algorithm be shared or not? And the reason is that algorithms require a lot of power to develop. So when you develop an algorithm, it takes a lot of power. If you keep repeating the similar use, you are wasting power, literally wasting power. Should this not be shared? So this argument, again, on the sort of the green issue, that perhaps some of these algorithms that are developed by the government should be shared not by the private sector. Next slide, please. Okay, coming to the end, should algorithms or private companies be audited? Okay, next slide, please. Just now talked about the government, now talking about private companies. I want you to try your Gojek search right now. Yes, it's a small exercise. You have a Gojek on your phone. Okay. So try that. Do a search. Okay, please don't book. Otherwise, Gojek will not come to you ever again, right? Just do a don't book. Just see the price. Go choose whatever it is. It's an exercise to see what price Gojek charges you to go to wherever it is. Okay. Take a minute or so, just to a few seconds. I wanted to look at the last, I guess in Indonesia, probably last 3 digits of your price. The reason why I'm doing this, the last 3 digits will not be a round number. Sorry, if I sound like a magician, it will be like it's true. Okay, and right, am I right? And those I see. Okay, right. Last 3 digits. I want to call some name now. Verena Benjamin. Is it right? We tried. And Seka Ajeng. Sorry, you are. Yes. Is your Gojek showing you round numbers for the last 3 digits or not? Okay. It wouldn't be, because what they have found is that from economics, behavioral science, behavioral economics, that we are more likely to accept a number that is an odd number because we think it comes from the computer. We as human beings, we accept this because it comes from computer. It's okay. Computer is okay. Computers are not. Computers are neutral, right? And so they're programmed into their algorithms such that when you get a fare, it is never a round number. In fact, in Uber, it was a prime number, or it is almost an odd number. In a Singapore case also, when I try it on my phone, it ends with 0.20, 0.40. It's never a round number. Even your search pricing, it will not be, it will not be 1, it will not be 2, 3, 4. It'll be 2.3, 1.5, some odd number. Makes it hard to compute, but makes you more willing to accept that it comes from a computer. My point, I've written an op-ed on this point, that such companies, because of so many, should tell us what are they putting inside their algorithms so that we know when we use the system. Right now, it is not transparent, right? We don't know what they're putting into the algorithms, what are they searching for. Interestingly, this issue came up because the chief data scientist of Uber revealed that they were doing this, but that was because he was forced to answer the question, was Uber charging female users at night a higher price when their phone battery was weak? It's pretty scary. Uber could tell the level of charge on your phone. It knows the time they're calling, knows, and of course, and then knows the location, knows whether it's a dark place or not, right? And so there's rumor that Uber was charging extra high price for women, dark place, and low battery. So this guy, Kenneth Chen, to come out and say, no, it wasn't true, but then he kind of admitted some other thing, right? So it's kind of interesting how this plays out. Right? So I think that of course, I said, yeah, of course, we should declare what we're using, right, for algorithm. Next slide, please. Yeah. You've seen how the algorithms work, and now I'm talking now about news, especially in light of the concerns about fake news. We've covered actually economic, social science, and now you can see the communication component coming in. Next slide, please. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. Okay, so I want to talk in particular of Facebook Oversight Board. It's a recent research that I'm doing. In fact, I'm just finished a paper. I'm going to send out the conference and a journal. You have on this oversight board of 40 people, 2 of them, they're from Asia, the others, but 2 of them I know. One is your fellow countryman, Andy Bayuni, in the neighborhood sort of, Jakarta Post, and then Kathleen Chen from Taiwan. 2 of the members of this Facebook oversight board. Next slide, please. So this oversight board was set up by Facebook to counter some of the PR disasters. They had a couple of them, Cambridge Analytica being one, their former employee, Frances Haugen, blowing the whistle that Facebook knew the harm of their own program, and they kind of overlooked that and instead chose profit over these human concerns. Right, next slide, please. This idea came from the gentleman in the middle, Noah Feldman, who was now in Harvard, but was at Stanford at the time. He knew Sheryl Sandberg, who was the CEO of Facebook, so he proposed this and he got accepted. Next slide, please. So the board is appointed, and I'll make this point here that this board may be a possible answer to some of the questions we have as to how do we might regulate, these issues that we talked about, right? So this is a board is appointed by another panel. So it comes from the Levinson Inquiry. This is 2012 of UK, because of the UK press scandal, and this is basically a committee that appoints a committee. It sounds a bit awkward, but the whole point is then it's an arm's length transaction, right? It's a bit far. It's not so close. It's a committee appointing a committee. Then this committee then works, right? So this committee doesn't work. Next slide, please. It's funded by Facebook. It's a pretty serious funding, 130 million, and then another 150 million on top of that. I estimated if you use a 3% rule, which is used in endowment, then talking about more than $3 million to run this group of 40 people. You need a full-time secretariat because they receive tens of thousands of appeals, a year, right? A year, right? At that time, yeah. Next slide, please. But this is limited only when you disagree with the outcome of Facebook decisions, right? So when you disagree, exhausted all appeals, then you can appeal to this oversight board. I'll show you the outcome of the decisions, right? Next slide, please. Just hang on to this slide for a while. Huh? When doors open, right, 20,000 cases for 40 persons. How? Cannot. They chose 6 only. Imagine that, 6, right? Okay. And since then, until June 2022, when I did the study, you can see that I highlighted in yellow, right? 2/3 of the decisions were overturned by the board. Facebook was wrong 2/3 of the time, right? 30%, 1/3, they were okay. One case unavailable, kind of dropped out, so that's not considered. But you can see that without the board, right, Facebook would have been wrong, and some people, in fact, many people would have been unjustifiably having their, in this case, the post removed by Facebook. Okay, so this is really a significant issue. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. The argument would be that, but you see, Facebook is global, and they don't know, global, you won't know about, say, Morocco, Malawi, whatever it is, a cultural issue, cultural issue. But if you look at this, look at the US case, right? So you remove the cultural issue, right? This is now Facebook in the US, right? They must be more correct, isn't it? If you don't know your other countries, okay, fair enough. But now you're looking at the cultural issue. Just go back, please. Yeah, the last slide. This slide. What's even worse? Can just go back? Yeah, no, the next slide. Previous slide. Yeah. It's even worse, right? You can see that of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 cases, right? Facebook was wrong 5 times. they are they're wrong, twice as wrong as with their international cases. Imagine that. So it tells you that really, they could do with an oversight board, right? And this happens in Facebook. What about other tech companies? Right? So this raises the question about other tech companies and whether they could do with an oversight board like this or not. Okay, let me sum up now quickly. I'm short time now. Next slide, please. So first point, and I began by showing you all that algorithms are part of our lives right now, today, right? We are using algorithms already, right? They're growing more powerful, and being powerful, I think as the religious kind of institutions, you're aware that what is good can turn bad, what is bad can become good as well. So potential good and bad. So we need to have new approaches to see how we can minimize the bad and maximize the good. So I showed you perhaps Facebook approach will be one. And you will know that in all of these, right, we really cover the social sciences. I didn't state it out explicitly, but I hope you all saw that. You saw economics at work, sociology at work, social science at work, political science at work, right? You can see how law also at work, right? So social sciences really come in to bear on this. And I want to end on a note that if we believe that democracy is the best form of governance, we really, all of us, should be alert to play our part in checking on algorithms. Okay, so on a note, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ang Peng Hua. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to hear a special occasion speech, Global Political Spectrum and Democracy in the US in the Digital World, specifically about the digital disinformation and democracy. Please welcome the representative of US Embassy, Mr. Joshua Stankes, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, Department of Homeland Security.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for your time today. I really appreciate the opportunity and the privilege to talk to y'all, specifically about disinformation and how bad actors are trying to use disinformation to attack democracy, and more specifically, US elections. And are there any slides today for this? If not, that's fine. Okay, next slide, please. Just wanted to highlight that October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month across the world. If you have any more questions or interest in cybersecurity, there's a link on the slide. The slides can be shared afterwards. It gives you some more information about general cybersecurity practices. Next slide. Like I said, today we're going to focus on what is disinformation, common tactics of disinformation, do a walkthrough of a fun disinformation campaign, and then describe ways that the US and DHS, the Department of Homeland Security in particular, are fighting back against disinformation. As noted, we very strongly encourage everyone to share these concepts beyond just today. Next slide, please. So what is disinformation? And on to the next slide, sorry. There are three types of disinformation, if you will. There's misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. We're going to focus on disinformation, but before we do that, I'll define the other two as well. Malinformation is false, but not intended to cause harm. So if your friend has seen a false post on social media and tells you, hey, look, the sun's actually blue today, they're not trying to trick you, but for whatever reason, they believe that and they're sharing it. So they're not trying to cause harm, but they are. Then you have malinformation, which is based on fact, but is used out of context to mislead, harm, or manipulate. A common one you'll see here is bringing up someone's tweet or Instagram post from 15 years ago and acting as if that's the only comment they've made on that subject in the last 15 years, and that maybe they haven't changed their mind. Lastly, the most harmful is disinformation. This is deliberately created to mislead, harm, or manipulate a person, a group, an organization, or even a country. Disinformation also plays into malinformation and misinformation. Like I said, disinformation is intent and it's trying to cause harm, and it's not factual. All right, and for the rest of the discussion, we're going to talk on disinformation as it's the most active threat to the US elections. Next slide, please. And next slide again. All right, so there are 5 main activities, if you will, that make up a disinformation campaign or a successful campaign. The first is targeting divisive issues. These issues don't have to be political. Just to be very clear, a lot of them are political, but they can be anything. The point of these issues are to divide people and make them angry. They're also not meant to win the argument, it's just to divide people. Next, the actors begin moving accounts into place. So generally these campaigns have multiple individuals, and each of those individuals have multiple accounts. Once they've picked an issue to target, they'll move their bots and their accounts into place, and then they can get to work. Step 3 is amplifying and distorting the conversation. They'll start by providing extreme arguments on both sides, and then continue to get them more and more extreme, so everyone on both sides is angry at everyone else. Once again, the important part of what they're trying to do is create anger. The next step for them, and this is the big one, is making the mainstream. Once the online movement has picked up momentum, mainstream media picks it up, and things are wonderful for this disinformation team. So basically, we started seeing in the US, and I imagine everyone else has too, the news will pick up a trend on Twitter or a trend on Reddit and act like this is actual news. And then at that point, the disinformation team has really made it, because the mainstream news is telling the public that this is an issue. And then the public decides they have to take a stand one way or the other, when it could be as simple as an explanation that we'll get into later, a preference on food. But either way, they're causing dissent and anger. Lastly, once the mainstream media has picked it up and the public has started to really get on either side of the conversation, the disinformation team will take the conversation into the real world. And by the real world, I mean out of the digital world and into physical space. They'll take it beyond the reporting. They'll create protests and marches. They'll have events, and they'll get real life people to argue in public and behave in ways they never would otherwise. That is the ultimate goal of disinformation, is to get arguments in public, sow discord, and really just kind of divide any group of people amongst themselves. Next slide, please. Here we'll talk a bit more about the tactical parts of the disinformation campaign. There are main 8 ones. The first one is to cultivate fake or misleading personas or websites. So to have a successful campaign, you have to have done work beforehand. These disinformation creators create networks of fake personas and websites to increase the believability of their message. Fake expert networks use inauthentic credentials, fake experts, fake journalists, think tanks, or non-real academic institutions to lend undue credibility to influence their content and make it more believable. Next, step 2, they create deep fakes and synthetic media. This one isn't always as common, but it's getting more and more common. They'll use AI tools or other tools to make content that isn't real but looks believable and really gets viewers anger on both either side. Next, they'll devise or amplify conspiracy theories. These disinformation actors love conspiracy theories, and they'll use them to attempt to explain important events as secret plots by powerful actors. Conspiracy theories not only impact an individual's understanding of a particular topic, they can shape and influence their entire worldview. Disinformation actors capitalize on conspiracy theories by generating disinformation narratives that align with the conspiracy worldview, increasing the likelihood that the narrative will resonate with the target audience. The next step is called astroturfing and flooding the information environment. Basically, at this point, they use all their accounts to sow the disinformation. They'll go to all different types of sites, they'll use all different types of bots, and they'll make it look like there's an actual movement about this topic that they've decided to divide people on. You might see this on Instagram somewhat or Twitter, where you're going through your feed and all of a sudden you're seeing there's the same exact post about, play this game, I made $500,000 on it in 2 weeks. It's a similar tactic. They're trying to get you to play a game that they're going to use to steal your information. But either way, they're putting this information constantly out there so that you get used to it and think it's normal. Next, step 6, they exploit information gaps. Data voids or information gaps occur when there's insufficient credible information to satisfy a search inquiry. These gaps can be exploited by generating their own influential content and seeding the search terms on social media to encourage people to look it up. This increases the likelihood that audiences will encounter disinformation content without any accurate or authoritative search results to refute it. Next, they'll manipulate unsuspecting individuals. Disinformation campaigns target prominent individuals and organizations to help amplify their narratives. Targets are often unaware that they are repeating a disinformation actor's narrative or that the narrative is intended to manipulate. Lastly, the threat actors will spread targeted content. Disinformation actors produce tailored influence content likely to resonate with specific audience based on their worldview and interests. These actors gain inside status and grow an online following that can make future manipulation efforts more successful. The tactic often takes a long game approach of spreading targeted content over time to build trust and credibility with target audiences. So those are the main tactical steps or ideas that the disinformation campaigners use. Next slide, please. So now we're going to walk through, like I said, a fun example of how a disinformation campaign could work. I intentionally picked a topic that is not political, is not real, so that we could just see how it works and then walk through it. Next slide. All right, so I've only been in Indonesia for 1 month, but I've been informed that I may or may not eat bubur ayam correctly. For what it's worth, I definitely mix the toppings before eating, just so everyone knows. But like I said, as we walk through a disinformation campaign based on bubur ayam and how to eat it, we'll use the debate as an example of how disinformation campaigns work. Note that, like I said before, not all campaigns focus on political events. Some just try and divide people and make them angry. Next step, or next slide. So the first step, as mentioned, is target the issue. The actors will do their research and find a topic that is controversial amongst the public. In this example, a made-up celebrity makes a claim that they dislike pre-mixing bubur ayam, and the mainstream media picks it up. This is where the disinformation campaign gets started. They see this headline and they realize they have a topic that divides people. Next step. Next slide, thank you. Second is to move the accounts or the forces into place. Once again, these campaigns are run by many people and they have many accounts, and this is when they start to actively engage with the campaign. One easy way to start to spot genuine accounts is that they normally have a wide range of things they care about or post about. So a lot of times you'll see these bots or these new accounts or accounts that they just changed the name of. They've only posted about this one topic or maybe a second topic in the past, but they focus on one topic and one topic only because all they care about. Most of us humans care about more than one thing. So it's a quick, easy way to figure out that these people are probably not either real people or have a real specified agenda that's not actually productive. Next slide. This is the amplify and distort the conversation section. A healthy discussion and debate on any topic is good, but these bad actors know how to attack emotions in a debate to turn people against each other. They intentionally use bad information and highlight the most extreme views to get reactions out of people. As I've said probably too many times already, these trolls' purpose is to make people angry. They do not care if they win the argument. They just want to make you angry. If you're enraged, disengaged. This is when they want to get you. They want to get you enraged so that then you respond and hopefully make someone else enraged, and then it goes back and forth and they're loving what's going on. Next slide, please. Making the mainstream. We mentioned this earlier, but they fan the flame so aggressively to make the conversation about the extremes that people begin to feel the need to get involved. When enough people get involved, the mainstream media picks it up. This is gold for the actors. Even better is when they start to create actual division amongst people. For example, I won't sit next to someone that doesn't premix their booboor because I don't think they do it right. Or vice versa. Next slide. The last step is making it into the real world. This is where they can really have their impact. Once the media has picked it up and people are sufficiently angry and divisive, it's time to start calling for marches and protest. They create event pages, they create protest pages, and suddenly something online becomes an in-person scenario with people screaming and shouting at people they have never known and would never talk to this way otherwise. Some social media companies are taking efforts to combat this by becoming more transparent for organizational accounts. Either way, please know who is inviting you and why. I can't stress that enough. Know who is inviting you and why. Sometimes the why might not be as obvious as you think. It might be a friend inviting you because they have found out this disinformation campaign and they believe it. They're not trying to get you, they're not trying to cause you harm, but they have bought into the campaign and are spreading it themselves. So just look into the why as well. Next slide. All right, so now that you know what disinformation is and their tactics, how do you actually fight it? This is probably the hardest part. Next slide. So the first step is to recognize the risk. We discussed this a bit, but understand how disinformation actors leverage these tactics to push their agenda. Be very wary of manipulative content that tries to divide. Once again, the division is key. Second, question the source. Critically evaluate content and its origin to determine whether it's trustworthy. Research the author's credentials, consider the outlet's agenda, and verify the supporting facts. If you're searching something online and the same person keeps becoming the expert on it and you don't see the other experts, that's probably a clue that there might be some disinformation. On any subject that's important enough to go global or national, there's likely to be more than one or two experts. So just verify your sources. Don't just buy into one or two. Next, investigate the issue. Similar to question the source, but this time conduct a thorough, unbiased search into contentious issues by looking at what credible sources are saying and considering other perspectives. Rely on credible sources of information, such as government sites. Next, think before you link. Slow down. We love the internet because it's so fast. We love how fast we can consume media. We love how fast we can share it with our friends. But the speed also gets us in trouble. So before you share anything, slow down, please. Don't click to share. Check the facts first. Some of the most damaging disinformation spreads rapidly via shared posts that seek to elicit an emotional reaction that overpowers critical thinking. Lastly, talk within your social circle. Engage in private, respectful conversation with friends and family. When you see them sharing information that looks like disinformation, be thoughtful what you post on social media. Like all cybersecurity, fighting disinformation is teamwork. There is no one that can do it by themselves. There's no one organization. There's no one government. So the ask here is that everyone shares how disinformation works. And like I said, privately talk to those that you think might be sharing it. There's no need to call them out publicly. That only flames the anger and gets exactly what the threat actors want. Next slide. Back to the enraged disengage. I think I've hammered that point enough. I want to know why you're seeing it. The internet and social media particularly use algorithms to add stuff to your feed. It knows who you're friends with. It knows what they like. It knows what they've clicked. Even if you haven't clicked it, it'll show up on your feed. I'm sure you've been having a conversation with a friend and they mentioned this cool new gadget that helps to inflate tires, whatever it is. and then a day later, you notice that on your feed. It's not that these social media apps are physically listening to you, but they have linked you with all your other friends and all your other counterparts that you have linked yourself with online. So when one of your friends clicks that link, all of a sudden they will link it down to you. And you'll seem like they're spying on you, but really it's the information you've allowed to be provided by connecting with others online. So know why you're seeing that. It's often threat actors know how to get into those algorithms and get their stuff based there too. Next is decide whether you should reply or not. There are definitely legitimate reasons to reply online. Having said that, if you're angry, maybe take a step back, think for a minute, think for a day, take your time. And if you decide it's still worth responding, please respond with facts and not attacking personally. Lastly, as I've already mentioned, cybersecurity is teamwork. We're all in this together. Fighting disinformation is teamwork. We're all in this together. Now that you know how to spot disinformation and to fight it, we'll talk about what the US government is doing to fight it as well. Because obviously, individuals can't stop it on their own. Like I said, governments can't either, so we all have to do this together. Next slide, please. All right, next slide. So let's talk about what CISA, my agency, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency in the US government, is doing to protect elections from cybersecurity threats, including disinformation. One, they're working to raise awareness around disinformation, including public sites, which we will touch on in a bit. Two, collaborating with partners and stakeholders across all spectrums, and specifically CISA election services. Before moving on, CISA election services are available at no cost. I'm sorry, I know these aren't directly related to what you might be working on or studying in Indonesia, but I just want to highlight what the US is doing and from some of the lessons that we've learned, because we have had issues with disinformation in our elections in the past. So I'm hoping to share lessons that we've learned and mistakes we've made to kind of help guide future, not just ourselves, but anyone that's interested in protecting elections. So yeah, here are some of the services we've made available to our local and state government and any election officials. All services are available upon request and are strictly voluntary. CISA only provides services when requested and does not disclose which stakeholders it works with. We provide cybersecurity assessments such as scanning, risk and vulnerability assessments, and cyber resilience reviews to help agencies protect their systems and be more cyber hygiene aware. We provide detection and prevention, such as threat hunting and enhanced cyber services to prevent attacks. We also have numerous, I want to say over 100 exercises like tabletops to stakeholders and ways to run the tabletop so that they can practice actual real life live cybersecurity scenarios. These are based on previous known attacks, so they come with actual guides on how to run them. We also provide incident response to any election official, 24-hour, 7 days a week intrusion analysis to any incident that is reported. Information sharing and awareness, this is a big one. We do alerts and advisories that we send out to anyone that signs up. They don't have to be US government or US at all, just any alerts and information that we're seeing about attacks or possible attacks cyber-wise. In general, information sharing is one of the keys to protecting data. We also have regional directors and advisors around, I think it's 9 total regions across the US to specifically report to the different regions and each of the main cities and states as well. Lastly, we have a ton of training and career development, including CISA election security training. And then direct engagement, I spoke to how we do that. We build resilience around, through public awareness and engagement, is focused on engaging 3 categories of stakeholders to enable a whole society approach. We engage subject matter experts. We understand that no one can be a subject matter expert on anything, so we reach out to the experts on election security and on disinformation and on cybersecurity to make sure that we have the best information. We also reach out to trusted voices. This is more of the federal government organizations, state and local, that have been through the cyber wars before, have had the experience, and we can call on them. Additionally, we work with the American public. We develop information products and tools for the American people. And by the way, anyone can use these. It's not just the American people, but that's who we developed them for technically. Each of us have the power to stop the information activities. We are focused on helping all people understand how bad actors are targeting them and what they can do to ensure that those actors are not successful. We also bridge election stakeholders and social medias. So during elections or during COVID, but we'll focus on elections now, CISA serves as a switchboard for routing disinformation concerns to appropriate social media platforms and law enforcement. We began the activity back in 2018 around the election and in preparation for election of 2020. One of the things we'll see here is if there is disinformation, specifically, let's say there's an actor saying, hey, if you want to vote for so-and-so, you should vote on this date, when meanwhile, there's one date to vote, right? So we will send it to, if he's targeting this, he or she's targeting a state, we'll send the state to say, hey, look out, this is being spread among your constituents. Please fight this disinformation. I've already talked about teamwork enough. Last is, this is kind of a fun one. We like to think outside the box and engage in different ways. We've created a disinformation graphic novel. It's part of our cybersecurity graphic novel as well, to reach out to just anyone that's interested in that realm. I have a trailer on the slideshow. I think probably going to run short on time, but there should be a link in the deck as well. Next slide, please. I mentioned a public website. One of the things that we believe is transparency is key. We've also seen the threat actors create their own public websites to spread this disinformation. So to counter that, we've created our own public website, and we call it the rumor control site. We've used this in previous elections. We use it during COVID, and we're now again using it to focus on our election in about 2 weeks, maybe even just a week. One of the ways we do this is we scour the internet, we look for new rumors that are gaining traction, and then we explain why that rumor, if in fact false, is false, and then provide lots of sources about how it's false and where you can find true information. Next slide, please. So here you can see an example of a rumor. There's a new rumor spreading. This one's pretty dear to my heart because it's about cybersecurity. The rumor is that if you have a vulnerability on a system, then automatically you've been hacked. While vulnerabilities are not good and they need to be patched immediately, it does not mean you've been hacked. So slides might be a little small, but you can see there's the rumor on top, then our information or statement about why it's false, and then a bunch of different links and sources that are credible that an individual can go and figure out more from. Next. All right. This is the Bug Bites trailer. Can the moderator press play for me? It might not have loaded correctly though. All right. I will share a link to that in the chat at the end of this conversation. It's about 50 seconds. It's just a fun little video about how a individual is fighting disinformation during a previous election. Next slide, please. On this slide, I just wanted to list a bunch of different disinformation resources that we've created and shared out. If you're interested in fighting disinformation or finding more about it, you can go to any of these links. I actually think the Bug Bites graphic novel is in there, so no need to share it, I guess. There's also a toolkit that you can use to develop a disinformation, not campaign, an anti-disinformation campaign, and how to teach others about disinformation, as well as just some trainings and some guidance for yourselves that you can share with anyone. Like I said today, please, if you learned anything, share it with your peers, share it with everyone. Disinformation is one of the things that we're seeing as one of the bigger threats to democracy and to elections in general. It's somewhat of a less talked about cybersecurity or data protection part, because theoretically you're not protecting someone's data, but you are protecting the idea that people are spreading false rumors, false data, false information, and trying to undermine the backing of democracy and the backing of elections. Next slide, please. So with that, I really want to thank everyone for your time today. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak and to kind of share our experiences and my experiences with protecting elections and some of the things that go into it. Like I said, everything is teamwork, from federal government to local government to individuals. It really takes everyone to fight disinformation. So once again, thanks for everyone, and I enjoy the opportunity to speak to you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Joshua Stenges. And now we would like to invite Dr. Heri Herdiawanto, SPD MSI, the Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, to give a certificate provision for both of the speakers, Professor Ang Peng Hua and Mr. Joshua Stenges.
Okay. The Honorable Prof. Ang Peng Hua, your speech had shown both depth and breadth of your knowledge on development and democratization in algorithm world. It was such incredible presentation indeed. On behalf of the committee, I would like to express our highest appreciation for your sharing of valuable knowledge by presenting you this award. Thank you.
To Dr. Heri and Professor Ang, please have a photo session together. Be ready, and I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
The Honorable Mr. Joshua Stankus, this is interesting presentation. On behalf of the committee, I would like to express your highest appreciation for your sharing of valuable knowledge by presenting you this award. Thank you.
Okay, to Dr. Heri and Mr. Stenges, please have a photo session together. I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kaleidoscope of Physics UI Performance 2002-2022, the scientific mosaic and the magnitude of UAI that will be delivered by Mr. Muhammad Nasuha SSMSI, who is a lecturer at University Al-Azhar Indonesia, Communication Department since 2013. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Nasuha SSMSI.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening. Good morning, everybody. Let me introduce myself. I'm Muhammad Nasuha, faculty social and political science lecturer at the University Al-Azhar Indonesia. Please, operator, help me to set screen. Okay. Kaleidoscope of Physics UI performance 2002 and until 2022 is the portrayal of scientific mosaic and the benefit of UA. This research collaborated by University Al Azhar, myself as the researcher, and also help from the side the students and also from the library and the other units in University Al Azhar Indonesia. Until 20 years FISIP UI in academic terrains running in my mind, what has been contributed by FISIP UI since 2002 until 2022. Talking about the contribution, there are some concepts related to this contribution. In another concept, also said as the performance, also used for evaluation or measure the quality of entity, usually implemented by organization. Several studies about the organization performance or such as has been done on designated designation of contribution, for example, done by Netherhoff and others. Today, bibliometric is increasingly associated with performance measurement, performance assessment, evaluation, and steering science policy. Regarding to contribution and performance, the bibliometric considered as the relevant approach that can be used to know about the performance and contribution. Contribution is determined by several factors. One of them is performance. Talking about scientific contribution, looking at the work performance, it could be seen through two big lenses, at least individual performance that accumulatively or try to the organizational measurement. One of the most popular to explain about is called bibliometric. Several research have scrutinized from some distinguished view. Somehow, the significance is about the indicators to describe about the measurement is considered as the difficult thing that face for the researcher to do this. Scientific performance, what for? It is done to find the existence of in the context as the entity itself and among the environment. It also talk about the quality of entity. We briefly said as the magnitude. Talking about the scientific performance, regarding Lehman-Jackson Lothrop in 2008, they define is as condensing the work of academic scientists into a one-dimensional indicator. Scientific performance is difficult problem. It is in line with some research that conclude about that. In summary, we can understand about the scientific performance, including productivity, collaboration, independence, impact, and others. And we can also say it as not what you have gotten, but what you have done. To find about the finding about the regarding the research question, the research take the method relevantly, using bibliometric approach to find about the faculty social and political science. Of course, at University Al Azhar Indonesia that has established since 2002 until nowadays. And the data collection collected by digital data, print data, and others. The goals to do this research, beside to answer the question, also try to find the citation impact to describe about the FISIP UI, And it is, we refer also to Google Scholar and Sinta website that consider as relevant to give the figure and the file of the faculty. The data is an aggregate of both departments under the FISIP, International Relations, and Communication Department. Also, the data will describe and give us the portrayal about the network of scientific concepts of each lecturer of the data collected from the library, Center for Research and Community Development of UAI, also from related units in UAI. After the data collected, so the analysis come to us from the statistic description, and also using false viewer application to find and portray the physics works, its lecturers' scientific result as research publication and others. After the data collect, we can find this our first portrayal about the communication and international relations in the accumulation. We can find the intention about the communication, the frequency, the magnitude, the hue of the data designed to us about the communication and international relation as the central. Communication and international relation has the significant focus that imply the body of quality based on the human resource capability, specialty, and of course, infrastructure. International relation development seems take some special areas as diplomacy, politics, and government, democracy, Japan, community empowerment, education, and so on. Others in the other side, communication science development seems take the focus on journalism, public relation, film marketing, and others. The media, such as digital mass media, social media, have become the prominent dominant that colorizing the result or works of this department. The dynamic is highly fluid. Social natural factors seem considered as the determinant factor. However, UAI has the typical direction related with the human resources and the quality to develop each accordingly. If we want to compare between two departments, this is the picture of the figure about the journey or academic journey from two departments. The data designate that communication as the central field of the department, and likely the topics are interrelated, even the intention are various, and have the trend and volume typically also generally, referring to the nature of the communication studied as disciplines. International relation, the department, in another side, have the focus on the several topics as politics, government, politics, political sociology, and so on. However, Indonesia may be the central focal of the work or as the roots of developing study, referring to what the lecture of the international relation department. Other question that we can ask related to the data: is there any meeting point between both department, international relation, and communication? The scientific discourse of communication and international relation is following the nature of the discipline and the scientific capability or contents. Scientific imagination and power can be the significant factor that figure the both department and also infrastructure. We can find also on the data that advertising, public relation, and journalism as the concern from the Department of Communication seems has include to the result of these journals, academic journals. And international relations and communication have the meeting point in some or several points as these portrayals. And other data also bring us to the description about the communication and international relation uh, meeting points. This is a slide and slide historical data. I mean that built by the journey of the both department under the each lecture in both department. And for description, this description also make us understand about the mosaic and the figure of the communication science and the international relations. The first one you can find when the COVID as the global pandemic come into the also to Indonesia, it be a part of the study from both department. And the community also being a community meeting point between communication and international relations in the second portrays. At the 4 and 3 figures, we can find another meeting point between communication and international relations. So how about the productivity of the lecture from both departments? We can find from the data that international relations department get the highest point at 33 is totally works that and the significant product is a book 25 books in 2000 and 2002 and until 2022. Communication science also have the another side of the productivity. We can find 28 total, and the highest product we can find from the journal. And this picture also can bring us to the fluctuation of the publishing works of this lecturer from 2002 until 2022. And we can find, or we can conclude in the end, that it is a positive movement when the fluctuation increased in 2002 to 2022. In detail, talking about the works, we can classify into 3 classification or works or products: books, journal, article, publishing, of course, and others. Others, I mean proceeding, popular article, news, discussion paper, and so on. The highest score for the books product is 25, and the highest product of journal is 17, and the totally is the highest is 28. How about the total book that collected or produced by the physics lecturer? It's about 85 score, and book score concretely at the score 2.18. For journal score is 5.85. Other scores 4.82, and total score is 12.15. Looking to the the ecological of the environment where the communication science and internationalization is exists, we can find from looking to the website of Sinta, and it is the big portrayal about the both department. According to Sinta, the communication get 0.70201, but we have to consider that communication department since 2022 developed into two level, undergraduate and graduate level. The consequence, the human resources and also the scope is divided into two department, the level. For international relations, get the 0.6420 and 1. How about the station that considered by many research as the end goal of the productivity, to know about the impact of the products? And we can find the data that for communications get the highest score is 259. The productivity from the 2013 until 2022, it is actively movement from the communication science lecturer. From the international relations, we can find also the highest score is 124. The activity since 2013 and until 2022. And the totally or the accumulation Google citation is about 1, 2, 6, and 2. But if you try to find about the mean, we can find recount 1,262 divide the total of the.
Sorry, Mr. Nasuha, you only have 1 minute left.
Okay, we come to the conclusion as the final result of this research. During the developing or running the scientific activity, VCPU AI has two departments, international relations and communication. The data show us the positive dynamic, the scientific activity more organized and well developed. Quantitatively, the score more clear and exact manner. The data displayed by post-viewer SciNet, the network of scientific scores of physics that accumulated from 39 lecturers. The communication department has consistently taken communication study as the main course, scientifically score examination also as the field of the study. However, the international relations department also shows about some significant subject as the focal point of view as area studies, such as Japan, Arab or Asia, Arab or Middle East, politics, and so on. The meeting point of the scientific concept between international relations and communication department are community, mass media, and COVID, which has been global concern during at least 2 years running. The capability and the competency of actually scientific in this case can be traced also through some indicator, not only research publication and citation impact in Indonesia's term popularly, namely Tridharma. After the research, we also promote the recommendation. The university needs to make own system accordingly to see the contribution and competency of each lecture, also how to make the document accessed by student internally or widely or external the university as the reader public of the product. The indicator of performance and contribution of the faculty and department is very need to be formulated accordingly, fairly, and exhaustively. One of the interesting findings is merging the scientific figure of the lecture individually and collectively. Let me to give the acknowledge to our team for this, Mr. Arif Barudin, from UL Library Technical Implementation Unit staff, original Leonie Farias, Communication Science student, and both international relations students, Sekar Ajeng Hapsari and Sukma Pranswari, also Mahesa Surya Paneli. Okay, give this moment to the MC. Thank you very much. See you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Nasuha, SSMFE. Ladies and gentlemen, our event today is supported by the U.S. Embassy, KBR Radio 68H, Student Association at FISIP UI, KMF, Komik and Komahi, member of the Chancellor's Forum, and member of the Dean's Forum in Indonesia. Now we are coming to the next agenda, parallel presentation and discussion. Here we have two rooms, which the first room will be led by Ms. Rufira Arindita, SECOM MSI as moderator, with the speakers Dr. Angela Romano and Ms. Yuherina Guzman, SIPMA. And the second room will be led by Mr. Wildan Faisal, SOS MSI, as the moderator, with the speakers Dr. Manoj Kumar Panigrahi and Mr. Muhammad Ghazali Munawar, LCMM. For those who are interested to listen to the first theme, please stay in the main room. And for those who are interested in the second theme, you may proceed to join the breakout room. To all the moderators, please take over the next event.
Balikin dong, balik. Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the parallel session of International Symposium in commemoration of the 20th anniversary of Faculty of Social Political Sciences, Universitas Al-Azhar, Indonesia. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Rufira Arindita, and I am the Secretary Program of Communication Science Department. And I will be serving as your moderator today. So on this main room, we will have two speakers. The first one is Associate Professor Angela Romano. Ibu Angela, are you here? Sorry. Can you hear and see me?
I think she is in the breakout room. So maybe the committee help us to, to send her back.
Okay. Oh, she's here, but she said I'm muted. Can everybody hear my voice? Oh, okay. She is muted. She cannot unmute. Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
I need you to unmute the second device. Yeah.
So she has two devices. Okay. Okay, now shall we continue? So we have two speakers on this station. Both will talk about the compelling topics related with development and democratization in algorithm world. Each speaker will be given 30 minutes for presentation, and after that, we will have discussion on question and answer session. On the first turn, we'll be hearing a presentation from Associate Professor Angela Romano from Queensland University of Technology, Australia. But before we get started, I want to take a few minutes of your time to give a brief introduction of our first speaker today. Angela Romano is a former journalist who is now an Associate Professor of Journalism at the Queensland University of Technology in Australia. Angela conducts teaching and research about journalism, democracy, and development. She has run courses for Indonesian government, academics, journalists, and civil society organizations leaders on topics such as digital and media literacy and youth participation in democracy and social justice issues. She has also brought many Australian journalism students to Indonesia on field trips to learn about Indonesian culture, society, politics, and media. Angela was an international fellow for journalism and democracy at the Catering Foundation in the United States of America. She has run several applied research projects where she has explored how journalism can assist communities to make democratic decisions. One of these projects won a Best Radio prize in Australia's Media Peace Awards. Now, moving along to our session, please welcome Associate Professor Angela Romano, who will be speaking to us on journalism's contribution in supporting democracy and development in the digital age. Dr. Angela, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so I will just switch on my PowerPoint. Okay, I hope you can see my slides now. Okay, so thank you for inviting me. It is very exciting to talk to you about this topic that I have been very passionate about for many years. I'd like to say Grumba Bigi Nguyen, which is the Bahasa Yagara of the local people who own the land where I am at the moment in Australia. And the Yagara and Turrbal people have used this land for many thousands of years to meet and talk with each other, to engage in teaching, research, and learning about each other. So I'm very excited to be able to do this with an international community in Indonesia today. I'd like to say that in exploring this topic about journalism and democracy and development, that one of the big things that we see in the digital era is the creation of a new job position called the audience engagement editor. So that has become a very big and important job in the news media in the last 2 decades in particular. And Their job is to help news organizations improve their social media profile, build that web traffic. And the idea is that we want to connect, we want to find advertisers, we want to build our brand, and that is with our audience and our customers, how we make money, how we remain meaningful. But the focus very much of those job positions is usually about what we call metrics, the time that someone spends on our website or our social media service, how many page views that they look at when they come to our website, how many visits do we have per month, and so on, how many times are our stories shared through social media, and so on. For us, another really important issue, of course, is what about democracy and development? How do we build a relationship with audiences and communities in order to help those two things to be strong and healthy, both democracy and development? So before we can even actually answer that, we need to think back to the basics. What actually is democracy? So democracy, we sometimes think, oh, well, that occurs when we're voting, or maybe it occurs when the university students are demonstrating in the streets. But if we define democracy, it is just a system of how the people are ruled. How is it that people can take part in the decisions that affect how their community is run? And that defines our democracy. So if we think about that, then we think about the decision-making, the running of the community. We then need to think about, well, how is it that that decision-making and that organization is happening? So if in Bahasa Inggris, we talk about the two Koreas. We talk about South Korea, which has the official name of Republic of Korea, and which Westerners often think of as a reasonably democratic country, although it may have some small problems with its democracy. Then we think about North Korea, which is officially called the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. We think that despite the name Democratic Republic, it's not at all democratic to us from our vision at all. So there are three main ways of thinking about how this decision-making and acting might occur and who might lead it. The first is about the elites, the experts in our society who are experts about different topics and how changes can be made and how to build the roads and bridges and schools and how to run them. So the first perspective is that it is the experts who set the agendas and make the decisions, and particularly the experts of government, the bureaucracy, public servants, the courts. And 100 years ago, an American theorist, Walter Lippmann, wrote that possibly the people themselves are not terribly well educated, not terribly interested in politics, and not very likely to be highly rational. It is best to leave it to these experts. With voting happening, enough information so that people can vote intelligently to pick the experts who will do this. A second quite different view is participatory, that it is the citizens themselves, the ordinary people, the rakyat kecil, who should be actively engaged in identifying, well, what is the agenda that we want to set? What is our problems? What do we want to solve? How can we fix them? And to make those decisions themselves. So that was a perspective at the same time as Walter Lippmann, a somewhat different one of an American theorist, John Dewey, very influential also in terms of political thinking. A completely different perspective, because it can go various different ways, was one put forward by the theorist Jürgen Habermas and many other people about deliberation. And this is where we actually want to have in our decision-making and action inclusive discussion from many different perspectives to reach a decision. So Jürgen Habermas himself perhaps agreed with Walter Lippmann that the ordinary people, the rakyat kecil, were not always focused on the big problems and not always thinking about other perspectives, and maybe inclined to argue a lot. And maybe these kinds of deliberations should be led by the experts in government and other places who took into account the different perspectives and different voices in society. John Dewey, by the other hand, would agree with deliberation, but think that it should be happening in the community with the rakyat kecil themselves. So different ways of thinking about democracy. We also need to remember that democracy is both formal and informal. So the formal is the voting. You become a member of a parpol, you become a member of a serikat pekerja or a lobby group or an activist organization. And then there is the informal democracy, and that is just when people get together among themselves, the neighbors gather, the community gathers to talk about a problem that's happening, to make decisions and, try to do things that help make their community better. So an example of formal politics is when a political party says, well, there have been many banjir in Indonesia, Jakarta, lots of rains in the last few weeks that we see in Jawa. We see the flooding because the jalur air, the salur, are blocked with rubbish. How should we come up with a political solution to clear the rubbish? A less formal example is when the people on a particular area get together themselves and decide to clear up the rubbish themselves so that they can be free of the flooding. We actually need to understand, if we are journalists, that both are essential and that we need to be nurturing and reporting on both of these. So the implied informal democracy by itself is important. Communities actually benefit a lot when community members actually put in their own resources and their efforts to support what is happening by government. Government alone is not enough. It only has limited resources. Community members themselves feel powerful when they can contribute and they feel like they own what is happening. Citizens are most likely to act if they see something tangible for their efforts. So in the bottom picture, we have a picture from Myanmar, Negara Myanmar, where we have 11 young people next to a saluran air, a water canal, which they have taken all of the sampah, the kantong plastic, the bottle air, the limba line. It was filled with rubbish, and now they have cleaned it up, and they're looking so happy at their achievement. But the impact of community actions can be limited because the picture on the right is the picture of the canal full of rubbish. So that's what it looked like 4 weeks after these young people cleaned it up, because a political solution was needed, not just to clean up the drain, but to fix the problems that means the drains keep getting filled with rubbish every week. You can clean it up, but the rubbish will keep coming back. Similarly, we cannot just have elite democracy by itself. It is important to have elite democracy, of course, because government has lots of experts, lots of resources. It can see what is happening across society, see the big picture. And experts can see as situations change what to do. But a problem here arises that the experts are often in big centres like Jakarta and may not understand what is happening in the desa or the kampung or different community groups. And certainly in terms of the pandemic, the people got confused when, the rules kept changing as governments kept learning more and more. Should we wear masks? Should we have a lockdown, or should we be able to move freely? Should the children go to school or not? And this can lead to a lot of disappointment and opposition from the community, which starts to protest and take action that obstructs what the government is trying to achieve, such as in the picture as in America, when we have lots of people calling freedom, 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 when the government tries to make you wear a mask or stay at home. So we need to actually say that the two forms of democracy together must always be considered when a journalist writes his or her story. But in reality, journalists mainly go to the formal sources from formal democracy. We spend a lot of time with government, with big businesses, with big organizations. And that is because we need to look credible and reliable. We need to show that who we're coming from is reliable. So we need to know about what was happening with the banjir in Bogor. What was happening there. We could go to 1,000 people on the street and get a picture, or we could go to the local government and talk to one person who is reliable, who has information about the whole of Bogor. We need to be efficient. We need to check the facts before the deadlines, and we have to think about who we choose. So we have this conflict that emerges between checking facts, between being credible and being deadlines. So that means, if I think, I go to these big organizations that have a lot of resources and experts, they will give me objective and authoritative statements. I can consider that they have accreditation or specialized skills to speak. So these are the representative bodies such as government, business, the big LSM and other big organizations like that. So if we focus a lot on these formal sources as journalists, we often miss many community issues. And it also means we underrepresent minorities, which includes women, smaller ethnic groups, etc. An example, again, is the issue of COVID. When COVID first started 2020, 2 years ago, it took a long while for the news media to recognize the problem of what is called VAW, violence against women. So after a number of months, we started to see that there were, news media was only just starting to report the fact that there was a lot of violence in the home, a lot of stress due to the pandemic, and that women who could not leave the home were often having very serious problems. Similarly, women were having many problems in that they were often disproportionately affected by the economic impacts of the pandemic and many other kinds of concerns. So this is where a focus too much on formal sources who are focused on their own bureaucracies can lead to problems in how we represent society. Similarly, if we talk about development in journalism, before we think about what is happening in the digital era, we need to think importantly about how it is that development works. So development journalism was actually described as a term to say that journalism should help societies to improve their standard of living. And this was particularly important if a country was economically developing or if it had come out of colonialism and was building a society between different ethnic groups and different religions, different islands, to be a cohesive, successful society. But then questions also arise. How does this development occur? And what is journalism's role in helping to achieve that development? And it is important to consider that there are actually 4 different main views of how development should occur. So I think the first way of thinking of it is that a journalist should help development by being an agent of nation building. So unlike Western journalists who often say, oh, there's a problem, let's attack it, or someone's done something wrong, it actually meant to consider what actually are the causes of the problems, what is going on here, and what are the possible solutions? Who is trying to fix this problem? What are they doing to make it better? So we try and provide momentum for development, for positive action, to build the economy, to build a stable, cohesive, harmonious society by not just looking at the problems, but how it is that they have arisen, thus how can we fix them? Now, sometimes critics of this approach say that you could use this idea to criticize people for talking about problems. That is a possible weakness of this approach. Another approach that has been very popular in many Asian countries, particularly in Indonesia during the Orde Baru of President Suharto, was that the government was the driver of development. Therefore, journalism was in some ways a cooperative endeavor between the journalists and the government together, so that the journalists would help to share the government's vision, that they would help to make sure that the policies are successful by publicising, making sure the community fully understands them. They might also play a feedback function, so if the policy is not working as well as it should, they can help the government know of problems in it. But again, there was this concern or this reality that sometimes this may involve restrictions on journalists' freedoms. For example, the president of Malaysia many years ago, Mahathir Mohamad, said freedom of journalism may need to be restricted. He said, for a society precariously balanced on a razor's edge, where one false or even one true word can lead to calamity, it is criminal irresponsibility to allow that word to be uttered. So to be thinking about, well, when we report something, could it lead to a problem of harmony, of distrust in those who are trying to make positive changes, etc.? A third model that was quite different was that journalists should be supporting what is called good governance. And that means the effective operation of government to deliver services in the best possible way, in a timely way. So governments would help to ensure that journalists would help to ensure that governments are transparent, so that they deliver services in good time, that they are aware about citizens know what is happening, that they can watch what is happening. And if there are problems, that citizens know promptly and that corrections can be made. And people who like this perspective like to quote the famous economist Amartya Sen, who once said, "In the terrible history of famines in the world, there is hardly any case in which a famine has occurred in a country that is independent and democratic with an uncensored press." Now, that may or may not be true, but again, there are questions here about the balance between this model of how much freedom and when might complete freedom lead to destabilization becomes a question. And a fourth model that was completely different and takes a very different perspective is that journalists should be focusing on liberation. They should be interacting with ordinary people to build their dignity, their equality, their opportunities. So if people are poor, this is often because of social injustice, ketidakadilan sosial. And this is about helping people to identify what is leading to that social injustice so that they can be self-reliant, so that they can run their own participatory democracy. So here the emphasis is not just what governments or higher powers or experts tell individuals, but what is happening in the communities and how what is happening in communities can affect government and how communities can talk to other people within communities and to similar communities facing similar issues. So this is about helping ordinary people to work out why they are seeing social injustices or problems and to change their societies and the way they are structured. So in this case, media are not educators. They are almost like anthropologists. They go into communities, find out what is happening and help the people themselves to lead themselves. So development journalism of all these different types, except for the last one, those first three models, which have been the most common models, actually have focused on the formal institutions of democracy and formal politics and formal democracy. And that is because sometimes political pressure, sometimes governments can pressure journalists. Some governments are quite authoritarian. And this has changed over time. Indonesia has become more liberal since 1998. Obviously, it is also much more time consuming to spend time with the community to try and talk with all the people and learn what is happening than to go to the pakar, than to go to the government and find out from their expertise what is happening. And it requires a lot of skill to talk to communities that involve many thousands of people to try and understand the patterns that are happening. So there are practical reasons why we have focused on the formal democracy and not the informal. However, as we come here to think about the digital era and what this means for journalism and how the digital era can help or harm us as we try to help democracy and development, we have to say that there have been some thoughts, including by two scholars, Bibo Lim and Seth Lewis, who just this year talked about the way in which AI and other digital technologies can help to improve accuracy, accessibility, diversity, relevance, and timeliness. So I would like to take their ideas and extend them further and go through each of those 5 points. So in terms of accuracy involves the, you can help what journalists do very much these days to help democracy and development simply with simple tools, such as the fact that we now have these wonderful technologies that allow us to record and transcribe interviews pretty much in real time in a very accurate way, thus saving journalists a lot of effort and also allowing them to focus more on other things, but also improving the actual factual correctness. It can also help with fact checking, which has been very time intensive, to go to organizations, to go through their records, to talk to communities, that you can now actually use technologies to get to very large amounts of data in much smaller amount of time with sometimes very little resources by using AI, different types of technologies, different databases, different online tools. It's also much easier to invite community experts to provide feedback on the accuracy or just the nature of your story. So you can send an invitation out to, you can actually state to people, as I have seen journalists do on LinkedIn or in Instagram or other things. It's, I'm doing a story on development of the bridges in this community, and put at or hashtag different organizations. Would you like to share your perspectives? And often those organizations will get back to you. It's also easier to have, through the mechanisms that are built into online and social media reporting, for audience members to contact journalists, to know who's doing the stories, to be able to contact them, to talk about ideas, and then the errors, to make sure that the accuracy is there. And then, of course, you know, you can fix up the stories that are online or on social media by withdrawing them or putting corrections in them or so on. And also there are opportunities for people to follow up through comments or follow up stories or through linking different stories to each other. So accuracy is improved this way. Second one is accessibility. Of course, it is easier now than in the days in which newspapers were dominant to get to a lot of people, because newspapers were only for the elite in the big cities, in Jakarta mainly, and then other big cities, Surabaya and so on. But the rural people, the people in Desa or the people in the kampung, did not actually access newspapers. And even though radio and television reached most Indonesians, we can see that actually your ability to access these depended on, you know, whether you could afford a radio or television set, whether you had reliable electricity, whether, you know, you could access the language. There were issues to do with the, you know, even was it in Bahasa Inggris or Bahasa Lokal, and how did that affect you? So these days, through social media, it is much easier to address many people, and then to also use different languages. And that all means not just the formal language of, is it Bahasa Indonesia or is it Bahasa Lokal, but also the simplicity of the language. We can write a complex story for an very well educated audience, or we can write the same information with much simpler language for an audience that has less education or has different needs. And they're easier for individual community members to create and share their own journalism, which influences, of course, mainstream journalism. So an example is Versal, which is the magazine, which I have in the picture, which is from Brazil. It is created by youth using face-to-face meetings traditionally, but also voice over internet protocols such as Zoom or Skype and WhatsApp audio and all these other kinds of things. So they actually communicate, and they have young people from their favela, which are like the Desa, of course, or the kampung, all over Indonesia, quite poor, and the very rich, and the educated, and the very poorly educated, that can access and influence the creation of these stories and getting different ideas, and then circulate it through these different formats. They have a website, they have a print magazine, they have Instagram, they have Facebook, they have Twitter, and so on. In terms of diversity, of course, that must, initiatives like Versal must increase the diversity. But it also means that we can connect with a lot of different sectors that we have not previously connected to, because there are now tools that we can monitor what is happening through social media, different kinds of groups. We can connect with people who we may not have been easily able to connect with in the physical real world, thanks to the technical media. So it is also easier to find different types of media. So the older type of media used to connect mainly with the official leaders, that is, the heads of governments and businesses and corporations. They also connected a lot with civic leaders who were, the imams and the heads of religious groups and Nahdlatul Ulama and other groups like that. They connected with the experts who were the pakar at the university. But the bottom two types of leaders, they did not. So the connectors are the people in communities who actually, if you go to any organization or community, there is someone who actually always knows who does everything. It might be a secretary, it might be actually a guru, it might be your hairdresser who always knows if you need to talk to someone about this topic, this is the person who's going to do this. Similarly, a catalyst is someone who makes things happen. And often in your own kampung or your area local, that there is someone you go to, and if you're having a problem, someone can't get the right papers to get their driver's license. How do we get them? We've gone to this government department, they're not helping us. They know how to get these things happening. So they're often informal people, the rakyat kecil sekali, but they will know. So this social media has made it easier through our ability to see who is communicating and who they're communicating with, to find these types of people. And also we can use social media for mapping with communities. So we should, as journalists, be going to the spaces, not just where governments make decisions and businesses make their big announcements, but where people go, such as maybe the shopping mall, or a place where young people like to go and ride their skateboards and have drinks and talk with each other. Where do people go oh, where do the old people go if they need help for their health? Or, puskesmas. We can go to those physical places and create a peta where people go to those places and say, what are the issues that are arising here? But similarly, through online media, we now can actually visit them virtually, easily and regularly to see what kinds of issues keep coming up. So relevance ties into that because different people and different subcommunities have different values and different ways of what they think is important. And this is very emotional. So some examples here. In Australia, there was a story about a man being fined 23 million rupiah for feeding a dingo while he was on holidays on an island. And there were hundreds of social media responses. Some were saying, oh, but it's important that you don't feed the dingo because they're wild animals. And if you make them come close by feeding them, they can actually attack people and sometimes they can kill children. Well, other people say, no, the dingoes are very hungry. It's so cruel not to feed them. This is not right. You can actually do research about that and then create a second story, which has not happened because people are not using the potential of media to say, okay, let's find out what's happening here on this island and make the changes, do the stories. And in reality, the dingoes are not starving. So we can actually do the story quite easily. We also see different kinds of places where we can have dialogue. So there is an organization in America called Spaceship Media, and they actually have a guide online if you want to search for them about the 7 stages they do to find communities that are not talking with each other, to get them together, to actually welcome each other, not just as someone who is from this ethnic group or from this religion or who is from this parpol, but to actually see them as individuals, to respectfully engage, not just shout at each other or disagree, but to find out why they have this, to talk on, to provide them with information and research, and then finally, after this long period, to report on the issues and questions that are relevant to them. Similarly, we can use disinformation to actually say, well, what are the things that are causing this disinformation to spread? An example is a hoax that spread in Indonesia in 2016 when it was found that there were 4 Chinese people who had chilies that had a disease in them that was bad for the chili crops. So a hoax was spread that this was actually an attempt by China to create a biological weapon to destroy all of Indonesia's chili. We can try and get, once we discover this hoax, try and get to the roots of the concern about what is happening on social media. Well, first of all, we could say, well, we understand actually that this will happen regularly, that there have been since the colonial era some degrees of separation of the identity of the ethnic Chinese and what is considered the Pribumi that started during the colonial era, and it was made worse in the Order Lama and Order Baru. We also have concerns about China as a country and its economic and security threats that they are stealing out, Indonesia's markets, that they're investing in Indonesia, that they're active in the South China Sea. We can also be concerned about Chile because the prices are unstable and concerned about whether, the government could actually handle any outbreak that could affect your production. So we can actually start not just saying, is this hoax not true? But use the social media hoaxes to lead our journalism in the topics that are important to report about. Because
Dr.
they are
Angela, your time is 2 minutes left.
Thank 1 minute? You. Okay.
2 minutes, 2 minutes left.
And I will actually just go through and finish with very quickly in 1 minute to say that also timeliness. A lot of these technologies make us a lot faster. There are also threats to us, the financial instability that has been caused because of the disruption to the economic model, the disinformation that is happening that leads to a lot of people who do not have good media literacy to accept those hoaxes and to distrust journalists who are trying to correct them, and then the threats to journalism through intimidation, doxing, hacking. And in particular, female journalists are being subject to large amounts of harassments and threats through email and social media. So a lot of different issues for us to consider if we are thinking about development and democracy in this digital media age. So thank you very much for considering all of my ideas today.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Angela, for the interesting topic you just addressed. From your speech, I can see that journalism has many challenges and played great roles indeed in preserving and supporting democracy and development in the digital era. We will talk about this further during this discussion later. Now let us proceed to the next speaker, Ms. Yuherina Guzman. Yuherina, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
here.
Okay, but before she starts the presentation, let me give brief introduction about her. Yuherina Guzman is a lecturer at the Department of International Relations at Al-Azhar University of Indonesia. She is currently a PhD candidate at the International Program of Asia Pacific Studies at National Chengchi University, Taiwan. Previously, she pursued her master's degree at National Central University, Taiwan, and since 2010, becoming a program manager at UNIMIC, Union Migrant Indonesia. As program manager, she has created several empowerment activities for Indonesian migrant workers and foreign spouses in Taiwan, and projects for former migrant workers and their families in Indonesia, particularly in West Java and West Nusa Tenggara. She researched and published books and journals about the success story of migration, safe migration, and law protection for migrant workers. Her research interests are labor migration, network society, human security, gender, and family care. Now, please welcome Yuherina Guzman, who will be speaking to us on the role and contribution of transnational public-private partnership in human resources empowerment in the digital world. Yuherina, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Miss Dita. By the way, you can hear my voice clearly, right?
Yes, I
Yeah.
can hear you clearly.
Because I get a cold and yeah, my voice a little bit cranky today, but I hope all of you can hear my voice clearly. Today I'm so happy. I'm glad that I got this chance to meet all of you here, especially Professor Angela Romano. Your presentation is really enlightening for me, especially when you're talking about the formal and informal democracy. So my presentation today is perhaps the combination of this formal and informal democracy. So yeah, please allow me to share my presentation. Yeah, you can see my my share screen, right? Okay. Today I would like to share one of my research actually about the role and contribution of transnational public-private partnership in human resources empowerment in the digital world. There will be 4 parts of my my speech for today. The first one, the introduction. The second one, the methodology, and then the result, and finally there's a conclusion and some recommendation. I will start with the introduction. As we know that in the past 50 years, the digital revolution and digitalization have altered the economy and society. It's familiar for us, especially from the last 2 decades, to listen about robotics, artificial intelligence, computerized algorithms, mobile sensors, 3D printing, autonomous vehicle, and many others. Some of them has been explained by Ms. Angela in the journalism part. And in this part, I would like to explain how this digital revolution utilized in international relations, particularly in the migration studies. And why? Because the digital revolution not only reshaped our environment, but also gave rise to new ways of organizing network within it. Because the changing and the revolution is not only occurs to the technology itself, but also to the human, to the people in it. So I would like to elaborate this part. Digital revolution has become a fundamental part of our society and has begun to influence the functioning of society. Maybe all of us can feel it, especially during the pandemic, COVID-19. A lot of things changed in our life, and luckily we have this so-called digital revolution, or the improvement of technology. So even though the situation is quite scary at the time, but our daily life is still could go on, just like any other days. And the digital revolution accelerate the transformation of competency, organization, and institution. And because I'm talking about, my research is more about the migration, so I would like to look into the influence of digitalization to the migrations. To be specific, labor migration. The rapid and ongoing digitalization in the field of migration can have substantial effects on people's life, notably in relation to their human right. Because we know that the story of migration, whether it's for temporary migration or for the refugee, they have a complicated story in it. But with the support of digitalization, it helps to simplify or to improve the mechanism of the migration itself. For example, we can see the trends in digital tools that enable business to engage with migrant workers in their supply chains. Of course, it is still in the early phase of the digitalization in the migration process. And in the Asia Pacific itself, maybe it's only applied to several countries. For example, Australia, they have this digitalization mechanism to help and to assist the migrant who come into Australia. Or to the Singapore, they just start using this digitalization mechanism to assist the migrant workers who would like to find jobs there, and to be the migrant workers in Singapore. But it's still a big challenge to collaborate between digitalization and migrations. But however, it already in the first step on it. And also this digitalization integrate the potential for workers' engagement and surveying into a platform that is used for human resources purpose, such as employee training or provision of employment record that meet the workers and the business needs. As we know, for the labor migration, usually the migrant workers are working abroad with the assistance of the agency, and everything is managed and controlled by the agency. But with the digitalization, it may improve the service for the migrant workers. And also, digitalization may assist to detect and address worker exploitation, forced labor, and human trafficking. Right now, there are some platforms for migration. For example, UNICEF has developed e-parenting to help the migrant workers to provide proper care for the left behind children in the country. But this e-parenting is not globally developed, only in 10 countries, as I remember, in the 10 countries as the pilot project. And also IOM, they developed iDiaspora to help the diaspora in the world to connect each other, to share more information, and also to assist each other. In Germany, They develop virtual counseling project for the migrants and also for the refugee. So if they need some assistance, they could use this service online. And in Indonesia itself, there is online learning service for the children of the migrant workers and also for the migrant workers itself. And also the movement tracking, it helps to reduce the number of human trafficking. And migration big data also by IOM is really helpful to improve the mechanism of migration itself. Since my focus is the labor migration, and somehow people forget that in the labor migration, the migrant move abroad to do the work for temporarily, but in another side, they leave their family behind. So there are not many program or not many policy provided by the government or related stakeholders to help these migrant workers to stay connected with the family left behind. Example, I can see the difference of the migration right now compared to 10 years ago, for example. Example in Taiwan, because I stayed there from my master degree, and I observed the condition of migrant workers there. It's difficult for them to contact the family left behind because they only have cell phone, and the cost to contact the family in the home country is quite expensive. There is alternative. They could use the card, but to use this card, they could only use the public phones. And public phones only available outside the home, which means they can only contact their family once per week if they have a daily off once per week. But if they only have one days off per month, it means they can only contact their family, especially the children, only one per month. But now with the improvement of technology, with the ICT, especially the mobile phone technology, it really assists these migrant workers and the migrant family to establish their familyhood. And ICT are utilized to sustain the operation of migrant family, as well as family relationship and support that are crucial for the wellness of all family members, including enhancing society overall well-being. And many scholars have investigated how technology capability of digital ICT have facilitated the emergence of new connected migrant family form, such as transconnectivity. Because right now in the modern transnational process has been significantly influenced by the technology. The formation of imagined world that geographically scattered people live in has been largely facilitated by transnational mediascape, which is key to this. Because with the assistance of the technology, they not only are able to make communication by a daily basis, but also they could have communication via video call. That it improved a lot for the parenting from the migrant parent who stay abroad to the family left behind, especially to the children. And how about for the left behind children of migrant workers? The challenging issue for the left behind children of migrant workers is the well-being of these children, whether it is their psychological well-being, health, their health condition, education, and also their physical well-being. Due to the lack of parental company and emotional engagement, Many left behind children experience emotional difficulties. Therefore, they seek emotional compensation through the usage of social media platform, online entertainment, and online gaming. That they can receive this by the mobile phones. It's quite interesting during my field work when I'm asking the children if your parents would like to send you a present, what is your expectation? And almost all of them said they want a mobile phone. Why? Because these mobile phones, it could be the representative of their parents, especially mother, because most of parents going abroad are the mothers. And this mobile phone could assist them to kill the loneliness and the abandoned feeling because their parents migrate to another country without them. And also, such entertainment-related mobile phone activity have become the main means for the left behind children to engage in socialization and also for the emotional socializations. However, this long distance parenting, children who stay left behind, parents who stay in the host country, create the negative impact on the left behind children. Of course, there are positive impact, but due to some literature review, the negative impact show more than the positive impact. What is the negative impact on the left behind children? The first is the high rates of psychological depression and anxiety. Actually, it's not only happened to the children, but also to the parents in the host country. The psychological depression and anxiety is high for both of them. For the parents, the workloading is quite heavy. They have limited time, and they found it's difficult to contact their family. What else to provide a good parenting? And for the children, because even though somehow they stay with the father or with the grandmother or another relative, but they still feel lonely. They didn't receive enough love and attention. And this will cause the childhood trauma for them. Also, some of them have the mental health problem, lower level of self-esteem, lower academic performance, worse of cognitive development, and also sometimes some of them engage to the risky behavior. For example, they consume drugs, alcohol, tobacco, that it will create a more negative impact on them. Because in this topic, I would like to talking about the human resource empowerment. If this condition stay longer for the children left behind, it will influence the quality of Indonesian future generation. Because the number of these left behind children in Indonesia is quite a lot, about 11.2 million Indonesian children left behind by the migrant parents. So if the government, the society, and the family itself cannot manage these human resources, it will be a big problem for Indonesia and also for the global world. Because as we know, in 2030, Indonesia will face the demography bonus. This demography bonus, if the government could maintain it well, it will be a good support for the Indonesia. But if the government cannot maintain it well, it will be a burden for the government, for the society also. And what is the challenge in the digital age for left behind children of migrant workers? Internet and social media addiction. I think it's not only happened to the left behind children, it happened to any other children in general. But the problem is there is nobody supervise the using of internet and social media for these children. Also, digital revolution changed. Technology and human resources is also changed. The world become more borderless, higher competency in finding jobs, and the competency is not only among Indonesian, but also among the global citizen due to the phenomena and the situation of the world today. So if there is no intervention or preventive for these left behind children to avoid them from the negative impact of the negative impact of parent migrations, it will be a challenge for the development of Indonesia itself. So that's why I'm conducting this research. I want to know how to solve this problem. And to answer this, I use the transnational public-private partnership. As technical solutions are implemented dramatically, it is crucial to consider the political and financial interest and accountability concern of the various stakeholders to involve to this problem. In the scope of left behind children of migrant workers. The private sectors, including tech company, is an important actor and the form of collaboration among private actors, government, NGO, and migrant workers themselves will impact the policymaking boundaries. Usually, in international relation theory, when the scholar talking about the transnational public partnership, they will focus on the global governance, how the international organizations collaborate with the states to solve the problem, especially the infrastructure. But the people is changed. The problem in the society is also changed. There is a need wider stakeholders to involve to this problem, including to the problem of migration and also to the problem of left behind children of migrant workers. So theoretically, the improvement of transnational public partnership theory has involved the contribution of community and civil society. So that's why I draw this model, transnational public partnership model on supporting migrant and family workers in digital age, how they can collaborate and cooperate each other, in this case to assist, to support migrant workers and their family left behind. It could be the stakeholders, of course, the state. And the state is from the host country and home country. That's why it's called transnational, because the actors happen in not only from one country, but two or maybe more. And also the involvement of private sector, NGO, to help these migrant workers and the family left behind. And of course, the community and civil society. Why transnational public partnership include the civil society and the community? Because they are the people who stay in the grassroots. They have more knowledge and they are more familiar with the situation.
Herina, I'm sorry, 5 minutes more.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will try to make it fast. So here's the model and how is the implementation. Uh, uh, about the methodology, I use the qualitative methods. I conduct in-depth interview to Indonesian female migrant workers in Taiwan and left behind children of migrant workers in Indonesia. And here is the result. Digital technology are making it easier to access information and connect people. They offer a tremendous opportunity to simplify, secure, and accelerate the migration process for the growing population of migrant workers, especially in the Asia-Pacific region, including to maintain the familyhood of migrant family. Using digital service to manage per service for migrant workers throughout the migration cycle, such as legal support, welfare aid, and online training opportunity are other excellent practice that are emerging. And here is the sample of online training opportunity. There is the training to enhance Indonesian migrant workers parenting capacity in Taiwan, because we know the problem is mostly the communication. These migrant workers doesn't know how to provide good communication with the children left behind and how to provide a good parenting techniques from far away. So with this training conducted in Taiwan, in 5 big cities, it has run since last 3 years. It's expected it could improve the capacity of Indonesian migrant workers on their parenting. And after this training, there is the follow-up of the activity by using Line platform. A Line platform is maybe similar with WhatsApp in Indonesia. And they could prolong the consultation with the expert about how to provide a good parenting from long distance. Besides that, there is seminar and training for left behind children of migrant workers in Indramayu. I forget to explain the transnational public-private partnership in this part. In Taiwan, this training is collaboration of Taiwan government, Taiwan University, Indonesian civil society, Indonesian civil organization in Taiwan. And for this seminar,
2 minutes more.
Yes.
Okay.
For this seminar is conducted by the collaboration of NGO in Taiwan, university in Indonesia, and also trade union in Indonesia. And it is how the digitalization help assist the realization of this seminar and training for the left behind children. So we use a lot of platform to make the seminar could be implemented in Indramayu. Like Miro is the platform to conduct online class. Asana is to maintain the activity of the committee who implemented the programs, and of course the Zoom platform. So with this digitalization, or with the improvement of technology, the cooperation between many stakeholders could be applied to helping our society. So since I only have 1 minute maybe, so the conclusion, the empowerment of left behind children brings them some agency in handling separation. Left behind children configures their ability to initiate contact, highlight their presence on their distant parents' mobile phones, express emotion, share life moment, and seek parental help over long distance, and their digital competence in combining evidence cross-platform to practice those abilities. The mobile phone practice of Margaret family had configured rich expression of familiar connection in various forms of contact and communication. However, there are always moments that connectivity cannot help. As some respondents said, they wish their parents were with them despite the close contact they built with the mobile phone. They highlight the problem of separation that cannot be addressed through shared virtual space and limited perpetuate connectedness. However, by using the transnational public-private partnership, we could provide an alternative child care to solve this problem. Maybe not solve, but to provide another alternative for the children left behind. So they're all my presentation. Perhaps we could having more discussion about this issue. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Ibu Herina, for your insights on this topic. So right now we are coming to the question and answer session. I am inviting 3 questions from the audience. You may present your question directly through the screen or via chat box. Please, we only have 15 minutes. You can also raise your hand. So I can see one question here from, you can, Suci, the technical. Can you please open her mic from Suci Talib? You can mention your name and where you come from, and then please also mention your question would be addressed to which speaker. Please, Suci.
Okay. Thank you for everyone for accepting the opportunity for me to ask. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Suci Talib. I'm a student of Communication Science from Al-Azhar University Indonesia. I want to ask for Miss Angela to ask a question. How is the role of government regarding the protection of journalism in the digital era? Thank you.
Yes, so is the question clear, Bu Angela?
How is the role of government?
The role, yeah. The role of government.
The role of government regarding the protection of journalism in the digital era.
Okay, thank you, Suci. Is there any more questions from the audience? Let me see.
Thank you. Should I answer?
Okay, you may answer.
Oh, wait for more questions. Thank you, Suchi Talib. That's a very big question. We should see that there is the press law, and that should actually guarantee journalists' freedom and protections. Unfortunately, in practice, sometimes the government does not do so. We also see it contradicting with the ITE law and many other laws. So I think if the government is to take this more seriously, it needs to focus on ensuring that the ITE law is used fairly and properly and does not used to try to silence journalists and other people who are outspoken, such as activists and students. But certainly the government has a difficult balancing act to have the freedom, plus also then to try and protect those, protect from people who will misuse the internet. So I think most of all, we need the government to look at laws such as the criminal code, the KUHP, the ITE law, and to ensure that there are not provisions in there that are pasal karet that can be misused, and also to ensure that when there are threats or harassment or intimidation or doxing of journalists, that the police are prompt to act and support them. So it is not 100% optimal at this stage. I'm not sure if that fully answers your question, but they are the main areas where government can do more.
Thank you, Miss.
Okay, thank you. So is there any more questions from the audience? Or maybe I have a question for Dr. Angela. and then later for you, Herina. Dr. Angela, you mentioned about this spaceship media as a bridge for people with different ideas and then for the polarization in the community. So that one is in Australia. What do you think if we in Indonesia also apply? Maybe you can give any suggestion or ideas, or how can we implement this idea in our country, because there is so many polarization right now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, it is in the United States, not in Australia.
Okay.
But I think what has happened is it is like an LSM, and it cooperates with media organizations. So I think there is a recognition that journalists don't always have the time or skills or resources to do this by themselves. So I think it sets up and it has meetings and it communicates with community. So sometimes this might be initiated by a community that contacts them. Sometimes it is their own idea and then they talk with journalists who might be good partners, or sometimes the journalists might contact them. I think when you do this kind of thing, it is often outside the normal activities of a media organization. So you do need someone who is very passionate and helps you, and also provides the expertise, because we know that when we have berita hebat or topik yang hebat, we know that it can be hard for people to control their emotions. So the emotions are good and important because it is what makes us want to act. It is what makes us want to address the issue. But when they become too strong, all that happens is that we shout at each other and protest, and we say what is wrong with everyone and everything and the other side. It takes a while to be able to stop and listen to other people. So I'm not sure if this fully answers your question, but I think in many cases, particularly when this kind of technique is new, you need people who are experts, and sometimes with their own funding or expertise or support, volunteers or people with their own funding who will do this to help the organizations. And particularly journalists are not experts in having a big room full of different people who meet over and over again, or a Facebook page where people talk for a long time. And one example is a Facebook page where they have American women from different political perspectives. Some are Democrat and some are Republican and some are not attached to any either interest or party. And so you have to apply, you have to write a little sort of explanation of why you want to join. So then you join the Facebook group, and they have many, many hundreds of women across America who have been talking for more than a year. And instead of what has been happening in America where people are moving further apart, they're actually coming together. So they still hold their original perspective, but they understand how to value each other, and they understand where they can start to work together. And this is good for journalists, because when they watch the discussions happening, they're getting these really interesting topics happening, not the words, but they know this issue is happening and people keep talking about it. So it's like, okay, I know my community is really passionate about this, and they start to find topics. So it is a complex process when you are not used to that. We are used to, as journalists, have an event happen or someone announces something and we go to cover that. Looking at longer processes of people talking and try to work out what they're talking about is more tricky. So it takes practice. Yeah. So this is where I think sometimes having an LSM or other organization that wants to sponsor this really helps journalists to learn a culture. And maybe in a few years, those journalists can do this by themselves. But for now, I think they need support.
They need a support from the expert. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Angela. And then the last questions, is there anyone who would like to ask questions here? If there's no, then I would like to ask questions for Ibu Herina. Yes, Ibu Herina, so your research talk about the support of various parties to support these migrant communities. And then what do you think we as a community or the academics or the students can help to support this migrant workers and their family in the midst of this digital era?
Yeah, thank you, Mbak Dita, for the question. Actually, when asking about what community could could do to assist these migrant workers and also sorry, and also the family left behind. Actually, there are a lot of we can do, especially in these digital works. It means even from far away, we could still help them. For example, we as the academic, maybe from the communication programs, you could make a platform that inform about what is safe migration, what to be prepared before going abroad, and how to handle the long distance parenting, just like UNICEF have e-parenting. I think the academician from UAE could do the same to help the migrant workers and their family left behind in Indonesia. And for the society also, because somehow a lot of people, they don't care about the family left behind, especially for the children, because they consider family matters is something private. It's not their problem to pay attention to this. But however, the impact of parent migration is not only for the children left behind, but also it will impact the society itself. So I think society, community should do something to help these fragile children because their family not around to help them. So why not the community? Why not the society helping them? Because only government is not enough. We need more hands to help these migrant workers and their family. So maybe like that.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Herina. So I guess there's no more questions and I will summarize this discussion. So from both speakers, I can summarize that algorithm and digital era present both opportunities for journalism and community like migrant workers in preserving democracy and development. And for journalists themselves, they should and could work hand in hand with government, NGO, academics, and community to make sure that democracy and development are well carried out. And as for the community, like migrant workers, they should maximize the use of ICT in the midst of this digital era to make sure their well-being is taken care of. And community like this is also part of informal sector in which could support the realization of democracy and development. So thank you again for Dr. Angela and Ibu Yuherina for this fruitful discussion today. And please stay on this screen, and because I'm going to hand on the events back to the MC. So MC, the floor is yours. Thank you, Ibu Angela, Ibu Herina.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the participants from the breakout room to come back to the main room. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main room. Now we are going to have an appreciation speech to the speakers that will be delivered by the head of Department of Communication, Ms. Gusmia Arianti, SAMSE, and the head of Department of International Relations, Mr. Syafiuddin Fadlillah, BAMSE. First, to Ms. Gusmia Arianti, SAMSE, please give an appreciation speech to Dr. Angela Romano and Mr. Ghazali Munawar, LCMM.
Thank you, Ibu Associate Professor Angela Romano, for your speech about democracy. This is a really essential issue to talk about and definitely will enrich our knowledge on the subject. And Mr. Ghazali, communication development is an inseparable part of the country's democracy. Thank you, Mr. Ghazali, for sharing your incredible insight on this topic. Thank you.
All right, to Ms. Gusmia Arianti and Dr. Angela Romano, please have a photo session together. Be ready, I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, and 3. Next, to Ms. Gusmia and Mr. Ghazali, please have a photo session together. All right. Okay, please be ready to Ms. Gusmia and Mr. Ghazali. Okay, I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. And now moving to Mr. Syafiuddin Fadlillah, BAMSE. Please give an appreciation speech to Dr. Manoj Kumar Panigrahi and Ms. Yuherina Gusman, SIPMA.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Septi. I express the deep appreciation to a great speaker today in International Symposium. Thank you very much for Dr. Manoj Kumar and Ms. Yuherina Gusman. Thank you for your time, attention, knowledge, energy today. And please accept our thanks certificate. Thank you very much, then, and good luck. Thank you.
Now to Mr. Shaf and Dr. Manoj, please have a photo session together. Okay, be ready, and I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Moving to Mr. Syafiuddin and Ms. Yuherina. Please be ready on your screen. I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue into our agenda, to all the participants, please open your camera because we're going to have photo session together. Okay. All right, be ready. I will count to 3, starting from the first slide. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Moving to the next slide. Please open your camera. Be ready. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. The next slide. Please open your camera. 1, 2, 3. Okay, once again. 1, 2, 3. The next slide. Just open the camera. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. The next slide. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Next. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda, we're going to have a talk show and student presentation that will be led by moderator, Mr. Fahmi Ibrahim, SSMEcom. Mr. Fahmi, please take over the next event.
Thank you very much, Septi. I hope my voice can be heard clearly. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be with you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, students and all participants. Welcome to this special session, which is a part of talk show from our alumni and student presentation. We have two guests joining with us this afternoon. Let me introduce them to you. Iqbal and Gilang. How are you guys? Iqbal and Gilang, have you joined us?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Okay, Iqbal and Gilang, thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Nice to Zoom meet you both, because we're doing this via Zoom. We also have with us two students presenters and a word from our Students' Council representatives, which I will introduce them later on. But let's start this session in a very good moment. I can see there are 354 participants still joining us. Hope you all stay till the end. First, I would like to introduce Muhammad Iqbal Tawakal.
Yes.
Okay, he graduated in 2009 from Department of Communication, and he is now working as a PJ or video journalist at Nippon Hoso Kyokai, or as we know, NHK. And before that, he had experience with Metro TV as a camera person. 12 years of experience as a videographer brings him to many projects in Indonesia and international. Iqbal Tawakal, how are you, brother?
I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Okay. So Iqbal, before we go to Gilang, you've been working with NHK for how many years?
Okay. Before that, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, yeah, I've been working for NHK since 2014. So now it means total already more than 8 years I'm working for the NHK.
Okay, and how did this opportunity knocks really? What's the story? How can you join NHK?
Okay, that's the interesting story actually. So one time when I was in Metro TV, one of my friends sharing info in the WhatsApp group. This is what I want to talk to you guys that please do not underestimate even a little info that's shared by your friend, because it could be the destiny for you in the future, because the info that shared to me from my friend, so it's the job opportunity for NHK as a video journalist at the time. So actually I have no idea about NHK at the time. Just nothing to lose, just submit the NHK in 2014, and then lucky for me, and I got hired. Yeah, of course, after the several steps and the exam, for that.
Yeah, and any differences and experience you want to share with us, Iqbal? I mean, the journalist culture, working habit in Indonesia compared to the Japan media, of course.
Yes, of course. It's some of different between local, the national media and Japanese media. For the Japanese media, discipline is important. I mean, the time is important. There is no place for being late. There is no reason for being late. I mean, you must be for discipline in terms of the time. For example, yes, of course. For example, if you have appointment at 9, for example, you have to be in the office 30 minutes before. At least 8:30 you have to be in the office. So
and
you
here
cannot.
and here we will be in the office 30 minutes after. Yeah.
No, it's okay because so many factor, right? Today there's no problem.
Okay, continue, please.
So and then also the different things from the national media about the content, about the issue that what we need to cover. In national media, maybe we can cover so many local issue, yeah. But in the NHK, we only focus to the international issue. For example, like presidential elections, international summit, G20, IMF, yeah, for that, like international issue, like that.
Okay. What do you actually do as a VJ, video journalist there?
So basically, video journalist and cameraman is not so much different. But for the video journalist, you have some more responsibilities. For example, before you go for the coverage, you have to do some research. What do you want to cover? What do you want to be on air? So you have to research by yourself. And then when you go to the coverage, also you have to, sometimes you need to go by yourself, because maybe some of the reporters or your colleagues in the office, maybe they also busy. So you have to go by yourself. And then after the coverage, the post-production, I have to editing to the editing of the footage that I have taken. So because in Tokyo, I mean in Japan, none of them, maybe yeah, some of them understand with Bahasa because we also hire the Indonesian people in Tokyo. But yeah, we have to decide. I mean, if we already interview for someone, like important person, we have to cut which statement that we will use to be on air. That's why we have to cut by ourselves and then send it to Tokyo. And we'll be on air from Tokyo, like that.
Okay. What learning and impressions taking during college? You've been working in local media and also international, right? So what learning and impressions have you taken from
college? Yeah, it's interesting. The thing that I can take from study in the Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia, the campus teach us the manners, and this is become very useful for us when you are in the midst of society, how you behave and talk. And I think this is very expensive thing that we already get from UAI.
Yeah, I think discipline is also an important thing. Yeah.
And also another things that I can learn from UAI at the time, I still remember until now. You have, if you want to go to the campus, if you want to go study, you have wearing well dressed.
Oh, well dressed.
Because if you only use the t-shirt, you will be kicked out. You cannot be inside. There's someone like task force in front of the gate, they will deny you, so you cannot get inside because you're wearing t-shirt.
Yeah, you have to be polite. They are
yes,
yes,
indeed.
Okay, so what's your next plan? Still in the industry, or you want to take other challenges?
So far, I don't think.
You have no idea.
Yeah, I have no idea. But let's see in the future. Actually, this is a good question. Actually.
Yeah, I think you're enjoying the media industry.
Yeah, if I have another opportunity, maybe why not?
Okay, but don't go anywhere, Iqbal, because we have other alumni to introduce. Yeah,
Sure.
and Iqbal is Gilang Kunto Wahyu Aji. Halo,
Gilang Wahyu Kunto Aji, Pak.
Gilang Wahyu Kunto Aji. Oh,
yes, sir.
Okay. This is the long name. How should I call you?
Gilang.
Oh,
You can
Gilang.
call me by Gilang.
Okay. Okay. Let me introduce Gilang first. Yeah. Currently, Gilang is working at Political Cooperation Division 2 Officer at ASEAN Secretariat. He graduated in 2011, alumni of International Relations, and a Master of Diplomacy from Australian National University. Hi, Gilang. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, Pak. I'm doing very good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Wow, it's nice to have you here. Your background is international relations, right? And
Yep.
and now you're working in international environment, which is
Mhm.
ASEAN Secretariat. So dreams do come true, yeah. Is this your dream, really, working in ASEAN Secretariat?
I think ASEAN has been one of my goals during college because I think every IR student they want to become a diplomat or work at an international organization when they graduate. So yeah, so this is one of my dreams that has come true. But it's been a long journey because I didn't go to ASEAN. After I graduate, I had to take a postgrad degree first. Then they accepted me at, in ASEAN.
Oh, I see. So tell us more about how first you joined ASEAN Secretariat.
I actually applied through the job vacancy that they advertise on the website. So yeah, that's the only way to join through the open recruitment.
Okay, so probably we also want to know your daily activities in political cooperation.
Okay, so at ASEAN, the work at ASEAN is always doing meetings and deliberations, musyawarah dan rapat between the secretariat and 10 countries. So in my field, we have to see and try to follow up the meetings in the issues which is under our purview. For example, I'm dealing with the issues of the Myanmar coup, which is which is yet to be resolved right now. So those issues need to be discussed at multiple levels of meetings, starting from SOM, the senior official meetings, and then the foreign minister meetings, and the ASEAN summit. So it's like a 3-level of meetings that the issues needs to be discussed and needs to be resolved. So
I see.
yeah,
It's very interesting, yeah. Very interesting. And in this area, everywhere in the world, digital is becoming very much part of our life, right? Like our smart gadget is what we do first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
What are the benefits and challenges you see here for Indonesia generation?
I think the benefit is that we can obtain the information in a real-time manner very quickly. But the challenges is that we have to use our judgment to actually judge which information is relevant to our work and which information is appropriate that we can pass on to our colleagues and pass on to our superiors and supervisors, because not every information can be used for our environment. So yeah, we have to use our judgment and our critical thinking from college to select the information needed.
Yeah, there are so many layers.
Yeah.
Okay. Understand. Okay. Talking about college, what's your favorite subject when you were in Al-Azhar?
My favorite subject, if I remember correctly, I think it had something to do with I think it was methodology in IR or something like that. It was about studying all of the paradigms in IR, starting from classic realism to post-structural or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because you love international relation, whatever fits you around international relation. You just
I was kind of like a theory guy, during college, but when I started to work, I decided to become more practical and less theoretical. Yeah.
Okay, what's your contribution, aims or goals in near future, Gilang?
I plan, actually now in ASEAN, I work for 10 governments, for 10 member states. In the future, I would like to become a government official and work for my own government in the field of foreign affairs. And yeah, hopefully that can come true one day.
Oh, hopefully, yeah, hopefully.
Mhm.
And by the way, in ASEAN Secretariat, are there more young employees rather than the senior?
I think it depends on the level of employment that you are trying to apply. For example, I'm at the first layer. I am currently an officer. Above me is a senior officer and head of a division, and director, deputy secretary general, and then the secretary general. So I think at the officers level, they're about my age, like mid 20s, early 30s. Most are like postgraduate students, and you get older when you become like the head of division and onwards.
More youngsters means they all are digital savvy, no issue on that part, right?
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, this is for Gilang and Iqbal. Actually, the question is, when were you last visit Al Azhar? Actually, it has been more than 10 years.
I think the last time was before I left to Australia. I think I left to Australia in 2017. I think I last visited when I was, I think it was in 2015. I think.
2015. Okay, it was a long time ago. What about you, Iqbal?
So actually, it was last June actually.
Oh, last June.
Last June, yeah. At the time, one of the broadcasting lectures, Mas Hafiz, inviting me to join with the session class, same like today, but in person to the campus at the time. So lucky I'm coming to the campus again at the time. So
okay. Okay, more to a guest lecturer probably, Iqbal, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you probably know Kantin Layang, yeah, because it's near our campus. Because I don't think Gilang knows it.
Yeah, at the time I just surprised for me because that was the first time for me to see the Kantin Layang actually.
Yeah.
Totally different since I last my visit to OAI.
Yeah, usually you come to a usual canteen here at the campus.
Yeah.
Okay, both of you, Gilang and Iqbal, brings good name to Al Azhar Indonesia University as an alma mater. Anything you want to say for the younger generation who are willing to follow in your footsteps? Gilang, probably.
Gilang first.
Okay. I think one of my best advice is try to have a high ambition, because if you fall, then you don't fall very low.
No.
Like for example, if you want to work at a good place, at a prestigious place, try your best to achieve it, and don't try to settle for second best, because you have the ability, you have the means to do it. So yeah, I think now it's very easy to learn English, to learn anything. It's available on on Google and everything. So I think the next generation will be much more better than I am. So yeah.
Yeah, hopefully. What about you, Iqbal?
So I just want to say to my friend in the campus in university student now, please do anything you like. I mean, please improve your skill. Please gain your skill. This is the time. I mean, if you already if you graduated and you join with the one company, especially you are the fresh graduated, maybe the company will see you, will valuing you from your attitude, from your skill. So please don't be fail. If you want to fail, this is the time. So yeah, do it anything what you want. If you want to do some, if you want to make like some event, please. If you like some photography or video editing, this is the time. Just do it. improve your skill and gain your skill, get the experience. That's the important. Thank you.
Okay, I think this is the younger generation's time. Yeah, so you have to use it maximum as you can. Okay, thank you very much, Iqbal and Gilang.
You're
I
welcome.
think
Thank you,
your
sir.
words says them all. Yeah, positive
Thank you.
motivation
Thank you,
for
Pak.
students who want to reach their goals. Again, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. We'll be seeing you in near future, hopefully.
Thank you, Bapak. Thank you.
Makasih, Pak.
Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Okay, now we go to the next session, a presentation from two students sharing their paper regarding rural tourism development, and the other one about the foreign terrorist fighters. First, we have Raihan Muhammad Farhan. Assalamualaikum, Raihan.
Waalaikumsalam, Mr. Fahmi.
Okay, let me introduce you to the participant first. Yeah, Raihan is a student from Al-Azhar University, now in the 7th semester, majoring in public relations, and he have published article at Sinta 2 and awarded as the best paper presenter at Jakarta Communication Conference. The topic he's going to present is rural tourism development through community-based tourism, or CBT, in Sumbergondo Village, Malang. So without further delay, and I'll give the screen 7 minutes to you, Raihan, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fahmi, for the introduction. Please allow me to share my presentation. I hope my presentation is visible. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, honorable ladies and gentlemen. I am very honored to be part of this momentous event to commemorate the 20th year of the establishment of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Al-Azhar, Indonesia. I would like to introduce myself. I'm Raihan Farhan, one of the students here studying communication major in public relations. It is with great pleasure that I can present one of the social research that Mrs. Manik Sunwantari and I did back in July. We presented this research paper at the second International Conference on Communication Science in Lombok a few months ago, and I would like to present it again to you all today. This research is titled Rural Tourism Development Through Community-Based Tourism in Sumbergondo Village, Malang. Without further ado, I would like to start the presentation. As an archipelagic country, Indonesia has an abundant amount of natural and cultural potential. The unique characteristics of Indonesia are spread through thousands of islands and lay characteristically in every area of Indonesia. The ultimate and vast diversity is well known to be why tourists visit Indonesia. Tourists can experience their genuine and authentic spectrum in almost all villages or rural areas, as you can see here in the presentation. Based on the Indonesian Statistical Yearbook, there are as many as 80,000 villages scattered throughout Indonesia, and every single one of them has the potential to become a tourist area with the proper implementation of tourist planning. That's why the Minister of Tourism in Indonesia stated that tourist village offers a different atmosphere that reflects the countryside authenticity, either from the layout, the architecture of the buildings, as well as the social and cultural life of the society. Government can develop village tourism by ensuring the empowerment of the villagers from the social and economic aspects. Since its development is density, it is crucial to ensure collaboration and assistance from stakeholders. To empower the villagers, stakeholders must look and implement a suitable method that is scientifically proven to be effective. For example, a developed country like Spain has made its tourism sector its leading economic power by implementing a method called community-based tourism. Whilst in Indonesia, there are 4 different village characteristics based on their development and abilities. The first one is traditional villages, or in Indonesia, it's called desa tradisional. The second one is self-supporting villages, or desa swasembada. The third one is self-plentiful village, or desa swadaya. And the fourth one is self-sufficient village, or desa swadharma. And one of the village that has succeeded in forming a tourist village by implementing the community-based method is Sumbergondo village in Batu, Malang City. Sumbergondo village has established 4 main tourist sites, utilizing their unique natural and cultural potential. We want to know the parties involved, their parts, and the communication being built in the process of empowering the community in this research. We hope that the research discography and that discovery can help other potential villages, especially in Indonesia, that have not succeeded in turning villages into tourist destinations. In our research, we examined deeply of the communication network, the role of each element, and how the community can synergistically combine these roles in Sumbergondo village as a tourist village. We conducted on-site observation and continued our research by interviewing several key informants. The key informants were the community, the government, Department of Communication and Information, and Kim Warta Mertani. And what we found that the first step of turning a village into a tourist village is to recognize its unique characteristics. Sumbergondo has potential because of the area's unique characteristics. As you can see here in the picture, Sumbergondo has a very rich culture and natural potential. They have succeeded in turning the village into a self-sufficient village. And with the characteristics of the natural structure of the village, the community has succeeded in establishing 3 tourist sites. The first one is Pusung Lading Mountain Adventure, the second one is Glagah Camping Ground, and the last one is Taekwondo Cafe. And then with the unique characteristics of the culture, the village community succeeded in forming an educational tour named Creative Sumbergondo. The next one is Community Information Group, named Kim Warta Mertani, has many roles in the effective communication formed in Sumbergondo. This Kominfo of Malang City ensures that Kim Warta Mertani can become an agent of change. This is the keyword. By providing information management training, ranging from reporting, processing, to dissemination information to the public. And then Kim Warta Mertani utilized digital media for the information dissemination process. And one of them is Village TV. And I'm currently researching the Village TV program that the city has established to promote the rural branding for community empowerment. And the last one is the actors involved in the village communication. The first one is the village government. The second one is Karang Taruna Group. And then there is Mount Arjuna Exploration Community named Jaguar, Farmer Women's Group, Family Welfare Empowerment Groups or PKK, Kim Warta Mertani, and then the main element is the Sumbergondo village community. The synergy is formed with the culture of kinship and cooperation. The value of kinship is formed from a family culture continuously communicated by Kim Warta Mertani as a social group. As stated by Mrs. Angela in the previous session, that community holds a very important part in the development of an area. This research also concludes that, and with the discovery of the process of the communication between elements that are formed, our findings can help elements that have not been able to take advantage of their tourism potential by implementing the community-based method to successfully become self-sufficient villages and increase the number of tourist sites in Indonesia. So it can help Indonesia strengthening the tourist sector as one of our tremendous economic strengths. That's it for me for now. If you have any questions, please you can contact me directly. I will share my contact information in the chat box. Thank you very much, and I will give the floor back to Mr. Fahmi.
Okay, thank you very much, Raihan, for the presentation. Participants can send questions regarding the paper to Raihan's email, and I think it's already shared at the chat box. Yeah. Okay, now we continue with Yolanda Tasha Amalia. Assalamualaikum, Yolanda.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Mr. Fahmi.
Okay, you ready for your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, but let me introduce you first. Yeah. Yolanda is a Bachelor of Political Science, just graduated this year from International Relations, and she had experience in student association and youth social organizations. And she also won second place of a Diskusi Ilmiah National Paper Competition held by the Forum Komunikasi HI se-Indonesia. She will present a topic, the refusal policy of the repatriation of foreign terrorist fighters, or FTFs, in Indonesia, human security dilemma. Without waiting any longer, we welcome Yolanda. Approximately 7 minutes to you, Yolanda. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fahmi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, distinguished guests and participants. First of all, thank you for having me. I feel so honored to be one of the speakers for today's International Symposium. My name is Yolanda Tasha from International Relations Department, and what I'd like to present to you today is the refusal policy of the repatriation of foreign terrorist fighters in Indonesia, human security dilemma. This was originally a competition essay made by my partner, Fikri Ashari, and me for Grand Essay Academy. In this essay, we talk about some terrorist groups called the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or ISIS, and how they impact the human security of both combatants and citizens of Indonesia. I believe most of us have seen this news where in 2020, Indonesian government decided not to accept Indonesian citizens who join ISIS networks abroad, considering such repatriation would have carried the risk of terror and made Indonesian citizens feel unsafe. At that time, when the ISIS caliphate was officially declared collapsed by the Syrian Democratic Forces, had an impact on the phenomenon of FTF returnees or foreign terrorist combatants who return to their home countries. But responding to this refusal policy, there are cons regarding the citizenship status and human rights of the FTFs. Both pros and cons of this issue we review with human security concept. In international relations, the concept of human security refers to security which has a core in human themselves, and it requires the active involvement of society and the state in realizing the human security entirely. The pro side highlights the national security of the Indonesian nation for a safe and law-based life for each of its citizens. Repatriation of FTF to Indonesia challenged the pluralistic value and only increases the feeling of insecurity for society in the future. ISIS ideology, which is relevant to the approach of coercion, violence, and views the state as an enemy, is contrary to Pancasila and the principle of diversity that unites Republic of Indonesia. As we all know, since 2016, Indonesia has been hit by several bomb attacks on behalf of ISIS and claimed a total of hundreds of lives, such as Tamrin bombing, Kampung Melayu bombing, and the Surabaya bombing. Even there are presence of a number of extremist groups in Indonesia affiliated with ISIS, such as Jamaah Ansarut Daulah, Jamaah Ansarut Tauhid, Mujahidin Indonesia Timur, and others. Now, it is also said that ex-ISIS is not Indonesian citizens anymore, considering they burn their passport as the symbolic action. And according to citizenship law and government regulation, ex-ISIS has entered a foreign army or being a rebel group in a country. So they already lost their Indonesian citizenship. Now, the refusal policy also an implementation of deterrence as regulated in immigration law, where ex-ISIS has involved in a transnational crimes. So, Minister of Indonesia is responsible to maintain security and public order, which is carried out based on immigration reasons. On the other side, the cons focus more on the humanitarian rights of these former ISIS supporters. They don't get the right to a decent life as written in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights because of their stateless condition. But there is ambiguity regarding the Article 23 of citizenship law, namely foreign army service and foreign country, considering in international relations, terrorists actually such as ISIS are not state actors. This position makes ex-ISIS supporters unable to immediately be said to have joined the army of foreign country and thus lost their citizenship. The refusal policy also is not in line with Law Number 5/2018, as it regardless defines that all of Indonesian citizens who join ISIS are dangerous combatants and threaten Indonesia's national security. Right? The policy is unfair because it does not consider what role each individual carries. In fact, there are some who just support ISIS without being combatant or become victims of brainwashing, and not to mention the family members such as wives and children who are forced to follow the head of family. Another consequence is the increasing number of refugees in the world, as seen in overcrowded Al-Hol, Al-Roj, and in Isaket, that can actually backfire on the state. For example, like the longer Indonesian citizens are left in the camp, they may grow more radical, riskier to enter illegally to Indonesia, and even pose more threat for Indonesia's future. So my partner and I conducted a simple questionnaire with 2 short questions. Do you agree if FTFs are not returned to Indonesia, and why do you think so? The result is 67% is agreed and 32% disagreed. This shows the pros and cons have been still ongoing in society today, so there is urgency for more comprehensive study by policymakers. But Indonesia, as part of the international community, is still obligated to respect the rights to citizenship by upholding the principle of exhaustion of local remedies, meaning national legal mechanisms are prioritized for determining the citizenship status for former ISIS supporters. The alternatives are establishing a joint judiciary between the national court and international court, or going directly to international criminal court. No less important is the willingness of individuals to not repeat their actions, as well as the certainty of the state to provide deradicalization programs up to entrepreneurship training so that these individuals can survive. So, in dealing with the issue of FTF repatriation, it's essential to provide solutions that place the protection of human rights of ex-ISIS supporters into a fair balance with the protection of national security. Also, it is also important to make the community aware of this issue, because government policies only will be able to run optimally with the full support of the entire community. And that brings us to the end of presentation. I sincerely appreciate your attention today, and thank you for the opportunity for presenting my essay competition experience with my partner. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yolanda's presentation is interesting as well. Please give your email via chat box, Yolanda, in order for the participants to send questions or any concerns directly to you. Okay, thank you very much, Yolanda.
Thank
Two
you,
presenters just give an interesting point of view from their side regarding tourists and terrorists. Both sounds alike, tourists and terrorists. Again, thank you, Raihan and Yolanda. Before we end, there is one more session from our Student Council representative, Ahmad Rafi, who will share his experience as a student council. Assalamualaikum, Rafi.
Waalaikumsalam, Mr. Fahmi.
Okay, Rafi, the time is yours.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your honorable guests, committees, and also moderator, I would like to say thank you for having me. First and foremost, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Rafi, and today I would like to share my experience so far as a proud student that is part of this great faculty at University of Al-Azhar, Indonesia. Okay, as I've mentioned before, my full name is Ahmad Rafi, and I'm currently 20 years old. I'm currently majoring in International Relations at Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Al-Azhar, Indonesia, batch 2020, where we are consist of 44 students and part of a big family of our faculty, that is Faculty of Social and Political Science at University of Al-Azhar, Indonesia. For batch 2020 itself, it consists of approximately 300 students, combining my major and also our brothers and sisters from the communication major. That's only just from my batch, not to mention our other family from other batches. So studying in University of Al-Azhar Indonesia is not only about living our academics life, but also joining student organizations. For this period, I'm joining our beloved Keluarga Mahasiswa FISIP, or KM FISIP for short. Not to mention, we also have two other student organizations who are synergized with us, called Korps Mahasiswa HI or Komahi from the IR major, and also Korps Mahasiswa Ilmu Komunikasi from COMIC, or for short from the communication major. So what is KM FISIP? So KM FISIP stands for Keluarga Mahasiswa Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia, or for short is KM FISIP UI, which translates into students' families of Faculty of Social and Political Studies. It is a student organization made by the students from the Faculty of Social and Political Science from University of Al-Azhar Indonesia. So we are a student organization, or student council, you might say, where we try to accommodate this big family of our faculty. We try to accommodate our students' interests and also their aspirations. Based on our name, our core values is based on family ties between us. So as you can see on this slide, we have our organization structure that is led by our BOD, that consists of our chairman, vice chairman, two secretaries, and also two treasurers. We elect our chairman and vice chairman once a year through direct election democratically. The BOD are also have 9 departments to help achieve our goals. There are strategic studies and actions, public relation, audiovisual, special event, and then business development, talent and interest, inventory, research and human resources development, and also social and community. Okay, there are a lot of work programs that KM FISIP made to accommodate our students, such as National Seminar, FIBER, which is an abbreviation that we made from FISIP Berbakti, which translates to FISIP Devote, where we devote ourselves to help improve villages that are in need. And there are also FISIP Week, FISIP Sport League, and many more. Okay, so how do we contribute ourselves? There are a lot of things that you can explore as a student, as part of a KM FISIP member. First, studying on the dynamics of social and political issues. By studying on today's issues showed that we contribute ourselves on today's challenges and also help to raise the awareness to others. I believe that what we studied are knowledge that are useful to others. Therefore, just by studying on today's vast challenges, either social or even political challenges or issues, has contributed ourselves on society. Second, it will be a part of any kinds of work programs that has been provided. By joining various of programs or projects that are available helps other people to achieve their curiosity that they are invested to. There's this saying that lingers where on becoming the best person in society is by being useful to others. By helping to accommodate others is showing ourselves to be the best on society. And last but not least, we tend to socialize and make bonds with others. I believe that by building a good connection is one of many ways to achieve success. Bonds that are made by trust are the best types of bond people can achieve. We'll never know what types of opportunities that we're about to face, and those opportunities could be given by people that you make bonds with. We all know that hundreds of friends are too few and one enemy is too many. So Last but not least, I would like to share something what I have learned so far. So currently I'm on my 5th semester. Maybe I'm too young to share what lesson that I learned, and also I'm still on my studies. But one thing is, all I know is that the key of living is by having a will to learn and also contributing ourselves to society, even by the smallest sets of action. Maybe that is all from me. My sincere apologies if there was any forms of mistakes or misspoken words. Thank you and Godspeed.
Okay, thank you very much, Rafi, for sharing the counsel. Well, that concludes our session. Again, thank you for Iqbal, Gilang, Raihan, Yolanda, and Rafi for your precious time. Stay safe and keep healthy. I'm Fahmi Ibrahim, ending the session, and I hand this over back to Septi, our Master of Ceremony. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Fahmi Ibrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, we're continuing to our next agenda about the winner announcement for student competition. Now we invite Mr. Yudo Sambodo SOS MSE to hand the certificate and give a short speech to the winners of speech competition, then to the winners of the short movie competitions.
Thank you for Kakak Septi to give me a chance to announce winner for student competition. But at the first time, I would say to thanks for committee as a student council, Komik, Komahi, and KFISIP to has announced about organized this competition. And now I will announce the winner. I will show the and then for third winner, Lomba Short Movie awarded to Rania Safira Azhara from SMA Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Congratulations. And then second winner for Lomba Short Movie awarded to Agastya Adrian Shahluna from SMK Negeri 40 Jakarta. And at the first winner for Lomba Short Movie awarded to Bayu Surya Wirayuda from SMK Negeri 1 Kota Bekasi. Congratulations to all winner for Lomba Short Movie. And then I will announce for Lomba Pidato. For third winner is Hona Kauri Alicia from SMA Islam Al Azhar 22 Cikarang. Congratulations. And second winner is Adam Aulia Manjal Khan from SMA Muhammadiyah 4 Jakarta. And the first winner is Adinda Mutiara Azhara from SMK Negeri 1 Kota Bekasi. Congratulations for all winners. I hope we can meet again in other competition. Thank you for your join, and I will say congratulations again. Thank you for Mr. Septi. Time is back to you.
Okay, to Mr. Yudo and the three winners of short movies, Bayu Surya Wirayuda, Agasta Adrian Sahlona, and Rania Safira Azhara. Please have a photo session together. Be ready, and I will count to 3. To Bayu Surya Wirayuda, please open your camera because we're going to have a photo session with Mr. Yudo Sambodo. Okay. Bayu Surya Wirayuda, can you please open your camera?
Yes.
Please.
Itu aja ngomong terima kasih.
Bayu, ready?
Yep.
Okay, I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you, Bayu.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Congratulations, Bayu.
Kaget gua.
Okay, yeah. Next for winners of speech competition, Adinda Mutiara Azhara, Adam Aulia Manzalhan, dan Fona Kauri Elisha. Please open your camera and be prepared for the photo session. Adinda Mutiara Azhara. Okay. Mr. Yudo screen. All right, you ready? I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Adinda. The next one is Adam Aulia Manzalhan.
I'm here.
Okay. You ready? I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Adam. Congratulations, Adam.
The last one, Fona Kauri Elisha. Okay, Fona, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, I will 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, once again, 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Fona and Mr. Yudo. Now we're going to the next agenda, and we invite the head of the committee of today's event, Mrs. Soraya Esos MSI, to give the closing remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of University Al-Azhar Indonesia, Professor Dr. Insinyur Asep Saifuddin MSc, the Honorable Vice Rector of University Al-Azhar Indonesia, the Honorable Supervisory Council, Mr. Suhadi, Inspector and Inspectors of Yayasan Nusantara Islam Al-Azhar, the Honorable Keynote Speaker, Professor Ang Pengwa, the Honorable U.S. Embassy, from U.S. Embassy, Mr. Joshua Stankus, the Honorable Parallel Session Speakers, the Honorable Members and Delegation from the Foreign Embassy, Indonesia Parliamentary Council, governments and state and also private institution and the institutional and media partner, U.S. Embassy and KBR Radio 68H, deans, directors, and lecturers of Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia, and from other universities, home and abroad, academia, academic community, media, and all participants. The development of technology and society has created degradation in humanity in the era of information communication and technology, or ICT. Democracy and public participation, digital age, and various of digital themes that supported development and democracy in the world has become trend of social and political research nowadays. Social science has become the backbone and reason to political reorientation, redefinition of sociopolitics. The introspection and reconstruction of meaning towards development paradigm has become essential and much required issue to discuss. The media has power to influence the audience through representation of social reality. As Marshall mentioned in his book, that the nomadic communication or mobility communication is the character of new human communication pattern. It is characterized by digital media with three dimensions: public rather than private, handle on demand, and self-expression and articulation of self-identity. Media effect on humanity and societal life, such as a virtual identity, citizen journalism, creativity, participatory media cultures, digital politics, cyber learning, e-marketing, and as well as the digital gap, cybercrime, cyberbullying, and negative aspect. It is present with the development of the media, the concept of algorithm being the basic character cover our daily life. Social media is so ingrained in our culture that is now a daily activity for the majority of people across the globe. An algorithm is a mathematical set of rules specifying how a group of data behaves. In social media, algorithms help maintain order and assist in ranking search results. It creates the new life, new face, and relations in society, including the virtual reality, augmented reality, and etc. The 5.0 war brings new challenging to human as well as to the educational research focus, social, political ethics, and rule of law. As mentioned by our keynote speaker before, Professor Ang Peng Wah, the algorithm will have influence in our life, such as short-circuit our democratic process. In this point, as the academic community, we could not be separated ourselves from the dynamic of technological and societal issue, especially about the digital war, the algorithm war, and the algorithm war. This is create and provoke us to the idea to bring the wide and difficult discussion of that issues in the formal academic forum that we name as the International Symposium, Development and Democratization in Algorithm War, 2022. On the other hand, as the educational institution, we celebrate our faculty in this 20th anniversary this year. We are so grateful and blessing and want to share the chair of momentum into the Indonesian society by this event. An Indonesian professor mentioned to me before when he gave his congrats to our faculty anniversary. I quoted him that the 20th anniversary is a long note of journey with a lot and long impressive journey that boasts. I think he is right. It also means the existence of our faculty now cannot be separated from the all 20 years journey. So, in this beautiful moment, we want to give our high appreciation to all people whom had worked so hard to make our dream come true as one of the best private university in Indonesia. As Sukarno, our Indonesian first president, said that a great nation is a nation that respects its heroes. So that we want to give our high honor to the founding father of our Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia, Professor Dr. Yahya Muhaimin, as well as the other all colleges whom still in UAI or has been gone or moved. Many thanks to all of you, and of course, some of them are joined here in this event. I say thank you to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, the honorable audiences and participants, we are so proud to accept you in our event. In our happiness, let me convey the number of participants who joined this Zoom meeting. This event, based on our data now, is attending almost about 500 participants at Zoom room and more at our YouTube channel from over Indonesia and abroad. The participants are from a lot of area in Indonesia, such as from Jabodetabek, Bandung, Bogor, Yogyakarta, Bengkulu, Maluku, Busowa, Salatiga, East Java, Lampung, Malang, Palangkaraya, Banjarmasin, Lombok, Sulawesi, and etc. Also from abroad, from Singapore, China, Australia, America, and etc. The participants are come from campus, community, media, research center, government and state institution, local government too. The participant whom is attending this meeting got their information mostly about 59% from the professional and campus networking, around 18% from social media and broadcast, and about around 15% is from our invitation. It means, the data means that there are a lot of collaboration here. Together, we build the society between the campus, social society, civil society, and the public. Before I close this event, on behalf of my faculty and university, we give a high appreciation to all speakers, presenters, moderators, and participants. Also, high appreciation to the all committee, also appreciation to the all alumnus, and all committee who are so amazing, and also our students. You all work so hard to hold this event. You are all great guys. Thank you so much, and hope God bless us. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Soraya, for the closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, our event today is supported by the U.S. Embassy, KBR Radio 68H, Student Association at FISIP UAI, KMF, Komik, and Komahi, member of the Chancellor's Forum, and member of the Dean's Forum in Indonesia. And now we have reached the conclusion of our event today. I hope you found today's event informative and useful. Thank you for spending time with us today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih semua teman-teman, semua alumni,
selamat datang
semua
di Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia. Perkenalkan, nama saya Juan Turpin, mahasiswa Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia.
Dan saya Yudinia Maharani, mahasiswa Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia.
Pada kesempatan kali ini, kami akan mengajak kalian untuk berkeliling di Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia.
Di sini, kalian bakal dapat banyak banget ilmu pengetahuan dan juga relasi yang sangat luas.
Dengan berbagai program studi yang unggul, pengajar-pengajar yang profesional, hingga fasilitas yang mumpuni, kalian bisa mewujudkan mimpi-mimpi kalian di sini.
Mulai dari konten kreator media, peneliti di lembaga ternama, hingga menjadi seorang entrepreneur muda.
Kak, bisa lihat langsung semuanya nggak sih?
Bisa dong.
Yuk berangkat. Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Waalaikumsalam. Apa kabar?
Alhamdulillah baik, Prof.
Pada kemana nih?
Mau ngajak calon mahasiswa untuk berkeliling di UAI, Prof.
Oh, ini calon mahasiswa baru nih?
Betul, Prof.
Tolong diantarin nih.
Pasti, Prof.
Nanti kalau mau pendaftaran di situ ya.
Oke, siap, Prof.
Selamat mendaftar ya. Ya, Assalamualaikum.
Siap, Waalaikumsalam, Prof. Kalian tahu nggak sih, UAI itu satu-satunya kampus yang terlahir dari masjid. Dan di UAI terdapat 6 fakultas dengan 19 program studi yang bisa kalian pilih. Buat kalian nih yang suka banget sama teknologi, ilmu-ilmu alam, atau ingin terjun ke dunia saintek, Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi merupakan pilihan yang tepat. Di dalamnya terdapat program studi teknik industri, teknik elektro, informatika, biologi, teknologi pangan, dan gizi. Fakultas ini juga dilengkapi dengan berbagai fasilitas laboratorium mendukung loh. Mulai dari laboratorium manufaktur, laboratorium kimia, laboratorium elektro, laboratorium mikroorganisme, dan lab-lab yang berkaitan dengan sains teknologi lainnya.
Fakultas berikutnya adalah Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Buat kalian yang mau masuk ke dunia bisnis dan keuangan, cocok banget nih. Ada program studi manajemen.